Alright, welcome everybody to the RSL Korean qualifier for season number 4. We are going to be getting into some of these matches right quick. We finally got all the stuff set up here, so we're going to be jumping on in just a momento. Let me show you guys the bracket really quickly. Oh, I didn't set up a thing on my stream deck for that. Whoops. Shkaboom. Alright, this is what we got. Looks like we got Percival SOS Creator versus this Roxas guy, Bunny versus Perceive, not Percival, Nightmare, Sword of Gumio Rex, and then we got Cure, Rogue, Trigger, all waiting as well out there. So I need to make sure I can jump into one of these matches nice and quick. I think I'm going to do Sword of Nightmare, because that's actually very interesting to me. Where is Mr. Hreki? There he is. Sort of is not accepting messages from the classic. What about Nightmare? Is he a base god and leave that setting off? Yes, he is. Nice. Unfortunately, Morrow did not check in. Sadly enough. Hopefully he will play and stay awake until the European qualifier. But no, he did not sign or check in. So yeah, we're going to join Nightmare versus Sort of as the first one. Boop. Okay. I gotta remember to update my I gotta remember to keep updating my title because I always forget to update with the players. We have some interesting matches here. In the NA qualifier that happened just a few hours earlier, if you, for some reason, don't want spoilers, then ping that. Oh. Haha, did someone tell sort of that I didn't have him added? That's so funny. What was I saying? Oh yeah, in the NA qualifiers, we had, whatchamacallit? Who's Byun, Shin, and Cham, I think, qualified. So a bunch of not Protoss players qualified for the RSL. So all of you guys memeing about Protosses, well, you'll probably get a couple in this one, perhaps. Unless, I mean, yeah, I guess it's technically possible. But Trigger, and whatever could definitely be pretty good. But regardless, we're going to be jumping on into our first map of the day. And on the bottom right-hand side, oh, I was going to do my cool player sound intro, but I forgot that I swapped where that sound file is on my PC and didn't update it in my stream deck. Never mind, get fucked. It is on the bottom right-hand side playing for Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And on the top left-hand side, one of the guest casters as well for the RSL from the last couple seasons and the offline finals. It is the Zerg player, sort of. So we got a PVZ to start us off today. Best of 3, of course, for everything up until the qualifying matches. And then we will also be having a third place qualifier as well. because top 3 from each of the qualifiers do get seeded on in. Holy moly, I can't talk anymore. This is what happens when you don't cast for, whatever, like 2 months. Compared to last year, we had it where it was only 2 players per qualifier coming on in. This time it's 3. So the 3rd place match will also be happening, so the loser of the 2 semis will be playing against each other for that final spot of the qualifier. Now, I kind of picked this match particularly because it's actually kind of interesting. I've watched a decent amount of sort of stream whenever he is streaming, since he does do quite a bit of that. And I have noticed that he does play against Nightmare on ladder quite frequently, and it's actually kind of even when they are playing, it seems like. Nightmare, of course, is very good, and he will take games, but then sort of also bringing out some pretty decent play versus Nightmare in the ladder games that they play. So I think this actually could be a pretty equal match between them. I've seen sort of doing a lot of late game Ultra Infestor with the new Microbial Shroud stuff, which is very interesting. And it did have some decent success against Nightmare, so I want to see if that ends up getting brought out in this game. We got a Robo and a Twilight coming down from Nightmare. Could be an early Glaive opener, or could be some sort of Archon drop. We'll see exactly what he wants to go for. It's sniffing to me like it's going to be Glaive. Although the Fast Stalker is interesting. Of course, going to be trying to deny this Overlord. But I feel like if you're going to go for a Glaive build, you would generally try to get as many Glaives, as many Adepts as possible. Nice and early. So yeah, it is going to be that Dark Shrine for a DT Archon drop. So we will shoo that Overlord away to try and make sure that it cannot get any further scouts into what exactly is going on. So that way this Dark Templar drop into eventually Archons will be as successful as possible. We'll see if he actually does go straight for the DTs first, or if he just morphs them into Archons right away. Because there's arguments for both, because generally Zerg players, when they realize that there's no Stargate units coming across early, they'll generally put 2 and 2 together and realize that the other 2 possible options generally are Glaives or DTs. And so they're pretty much going to have a Spore Crawler somewhere. So the DTs shouldn't really do damage. However, I am of the opinion that I feel like you should always test the water first, and it's always worth it to try, because you never know how greedy some of these Zergs get, man. Sometimes they cut those corners. They think that they can get away with things that they normally can't, and you know, why not just test the waters with a couple of D-Twas? But it looks like sort of is being very diligent and will have Spore Crawlers in each base as he realizes the timing. And Nightmare will go for just the DTs first. Of course, I like that. Not really anything here to defend, though, so he could easily target down this Spore Crawler, and he's going to choose to go for the Queen first because he thinks that that was the easiest target, but I feel like he definitely could have just gone right for the Spore, and he's still chasing the Queen and kind of botches the micro a little bit. A missed opportunity for Nightmare for sure. Went for the Queen there, thinking that it was a guaranteed surround with the DTs, but sort of with some excellent reaction timing and some decent micro as well to keep it out of vision. Oh, actually, no vision with this Spore Crawler, so this Roach Warren will get killed off. That's actually not the worst. Oh, no, it won't! Ah, yes, it will. Nice micro from Nightmare to keep all those alive as well. And that's actually a lot of wasted energy on those Queens now. No injects, no creep tumors going to be laid anytime soon. At least not as much as he would have been able to before. So a lot of wasted transfuse on a building that was going to die anyways. And that is a delayed Roach Worm. So much less on the defensive for sort of in the next minute or so. Which means a follow-up blink timing could be quite threatening if Nightmare decides to amp up the aggression. He's getting quite a few extra gateways. He's got 6 in total. 2 more would lead me to believe that he's going to be very aggressive with it. getting a nice cancel on this 4th base as well. I love this play by Nightmare. Not actually choosing to make them into Archons at all, and just going straight for DT harass the entire time. There's no Overseer out until just now. Gets another drone. I love how he's playing this. And now Blank is finishing. He knows that he can definitely walk across the map at this point. And probably be pretty threatening. There's not too much on the ground for sort of, but it is a decent amount that he should be pretty okay. I feel like he's not going to die. Well, he could actually. But even if he doesn't die, the point I'm trying to make is that his drone count is going to be so low with this attack. So Nightmare can honestly just pressure with this and not fully commit if he wanted to. If he sees that he's not actually able to deal an actual critical blow, it's totally fine to just walk away, but he's definitely going to test the waters first to see what he can get done, because this is a decent number of Blink Stalkers. The DT separated towards the 4th base as well to continue to deny that. I love this play. Unfortunately, eating a bile there is not the best, but will continue to micro as much as he can. The Prism is in a nice, safe spot behind this attack to make sure that nothing can happen. The bile actually going right in the middle of the gap, so he doesn't even have to move. He just sits there. And this is starting to look very nice for Nightmare. The trades are going very nicely for him. Very little on the defensive right now for sort of as he tries to get anything out. The Hydra transition not going to come in time. Nightmare will be able to swiftly take the first game in the series. A very nice build. I do love that. I love seeing a good old DT drop in the big 26. Not exactly the most common opener anymore. So it's always cool when it does get brought out and it actually shows very good success. And we're going to be going into Tourmaline as the next map. And up on the left-hand side, it is going to be Nightmare with sort of on the top right as an early probe is getting sent out to go for a little bit of a hatch block. This is one of the smaller rush distance maps, so it is definitely possible to get that hatch block off and make it a little bit more annoying. We'll see if sort of tries to go for one of those earlier hatch timings to see if he can negate that. We'll try to go for that 15 hatch. But he's just going to realize it's not possible and just go right over to the 3rd base to make sure that's not delayed at all. Just wants to get that down ASAP. So, yeah. That'll be a successful pylon block or probe block, I should say, for a Nightmare. Not even having to invest in the pylon, which is pretty standard at this point. It's very rare that you actually see a Protoss player have to make the pylon. Zerg players nowadays just kind of know that you don't... it's not really worth it trying to fight for that natural. It's just better just to go straight to the 3rd base. Or you see sometimes Zerg players be tricky with it, where they hide a probe somewhere over here, and then the probe comes up, and then they scoot on down to still get it at the natural. But sort of is a man of efficiency. He just wants to make sure that he can get that down as soon as humanly possible. Like I said, I'm not exactly expecting a Dark Templar drop to be coming out in game number 2 as well, as that is one of the more substandard builds. Generally, we're still going to be going for Oracles in pretty much every game. Some kind of Hard Templar Archon drops can definitely rear their head every now and then as well. But DT builds are supposed to be figured out, and not something you really see much, so Again, I would be very surprised if we see it again. And yeah, it's going to be the Stargate coming out from Nightmare, going back to the good old standard stuff. And sort of will just chase away at this probe.
Thank you!
Thank you for following my twitch.tv channel. It is very appreciated. We are very excited, of course, to get the RSL kicked on off for 2026. We had a very nice first year last year. It was very fun. The offline finals was an absolute blast. It was super cool to actually be casting in front of a live audience with your own voice getting blasted over the speakers and whatnot. It was very cool. It was a very, very fun experience. So, yeah, I hope we can continue to be successful as I once again forget to put my thing as busy, as I literally never remember to do that, and I never remember how to act. It's the one thing that I actually always forget how to bring up in this overlay. Oh, we're actually gonna commit to that shade. I was not really expecting that because all the lings are here, so that's gonna mean we lose an adept for what's gonna be just 2. Nope. Oh, that one was pretty slick. A drone and a couple lings. Yeah, not the most insane exchange. Because that is 2 adepts, or sorry, 1 adept down. Where'd the other one go? Oh no, it was both. Oh wow, he lost both. I guess the lings must have found it on the other end as well. So yeah, that's definitely not worth it. As the lings will go on over to the third base, but the Oracle is forced to use its energy to defend. It's not exactly what you want as a Protoss player, especially since he only went... Oh no, never mind. He did go for 2. Never mind. But still, forced to use the Oracles defensively is never really fun, as the fast Twilight and the double extra gates are coming on in. Will this be a super fast glaive timing after the Stargate? Are we going to get some good old Star Glaives is the question. I feel like the Templar, or whatever you call it, the Twilight, would be a bit earlier if it was that, but you could still do this. We'll see what he wants. Shkaboopy, there it is. Alright, so he's still going to go for the Star Glaives build. I absolutely adore this opener. This is probably my favorite build to play in PvZ. Gonna use both the Oracles to try to DPS down this 4th base. I kind of like this, actually. It's gonna draw the Queens over, and then you got these 4 extra Adepts that can then shade into the 3rd base. Not too many Lings here to defend. He's actually gonna get the kill. No, cancel, sorry. Cancel. He killed the drone as well. Gets the cancel on the 4th base, which is great, and then those 4 Adepts will force a reaction, but not gonna commit to that, as of course that is, you don't really need to. Especially when you're going for the glaive follow-up, you want to actually keep these alive until the push actually happens. So he's just going to continue to threaten it and just make it so sort of is in the dark, unaware when he will actually commit or not. Are these just 4 adepts that we made early to screw with us, or is he actually committing to more? Because that information is not yet found out. Sort of trying to scout around and find some extra information, but he's going to miss this critical move out of the Adepts straight through the middle of the map. There's no Overlords, no Lings in this path. Now we'll get over to the 3rd base, but basically right at the same time as the Adepts are reaching his side. So basically no heads up on this attack, as we seriously are lacking defense. 11 Zerglings and a couple Queens is all we have, so we can easily shade into that natural here as Nightmare. Gonna target down some of these Queens, trying to deny any more of the injects and all that you get from that. And now we can get onto the drone line, which, to be fair, he's taken quite a while to get there, but will eventually get it. Really focusing on these Queens instead of drones is an interesting decision. Obviously, killing a lot of Queens is great, and you want to try to do that, but I feel like if you're in the middle of the drone line, you really want to prioritize the drones, because only 5 getting killed off. I mean, it's not like, it's not insane or anything. The double Oracle is going to try to come in, but the Spore Crawler is still here. We didn't kill that either. So a couple more drones. It's obviously fine. It's good, especially because we saved a lot of the Adepts. However, I feel like there could have been a little bit more there, but regardless, still a good attack, and it's actually going to force... No, it's not. I thought that was a Dropper Lord being made, but it's an Overseer. Still a lot of units being produced, though, from sort of... So we might just go for a counterattack anyways. Not loving the vibes. What are we talking about, Gutter? What does that even mean? Colossus follow-up as well. Double Robo. Oh boy. Blink Colossus follow-up. I actually kind of love that. Just baiting him. It's like, come over here. You can see that I see you. I don't care. I kind of like the Colossus follow-up. I'm interested in this robust army follow-up. The thing that I'm not too happy about with this is that because we've gone for so many early adepts and the transition itself is quite gas intensive, it means that we don't have any sentries. Nightmare will be going for this Blink Colossus play purely on Blink Colossus without any sentries to back it up. Force fields generally are very important going for this style, but he feels that it is not a requirement in this particular game. So we'll see how much this can do. The Colossus range will be finishing up right now, right as his attack is happening. +2 is still a ways off, so that's not going to come into play here. As the army will start to engage, as you can see, the arc from Sort of is still very impressive, making it quite difficult to fully engage, but some nice Blink Micro will disallow the engagement for now. Force fields usually are what you need to be able to split up these armies, so that way you can deny the crazy concaves from the Zerg player. But he's just going to basically micro it back and forth, kiting this army continuously as much as he can. Since this base is so close to his side of the map, he's even expanding towards it as well. It's going to make it so he has a very nice leveraging point. Where did that prism go? He did have one. Oh, it's just back here. Okay. Trying to focus down this hatchery is not exactly the play, but it does force sort of's hand at least, so... Yeah, no, this is kind of interesting. Double Vipers also on the production tab. So once those get out and get enough energy, these Colossi will start to just get completely nullified. But it looks like Nightmare is broken far enough forward that he will be able to target down that hatchery. Force sort of back onto 3 bases, considering this base is only just now finished. Will take a little bit of time to actually get back in mining. So the eco advantage for Nightmare will be blooming at this point, as the Vipers do find their way out. And a couple of Lurkers also find their way into the production tab. Critical units in production right now for Sort of to be able to stay alive in this game. That Viper is very vulnerable, and yeah, Nightmare is just going to blink right on top of that. Sort of, unfortunately, not paying attention, loses one of his critical units at this point. The other one's still gaining energy, and there's really not too much on the ground right now. It's just a couple of roaches. Even if you do pull this Colossus in, I feel like that's going to just trigger Nightmare to go for another forward blink anyways, doing it with the Disruptor Shot to make sure that that Lurker will die, as the second Disruptor Shot gets off on a lot of the weakened roaches, meaning it's actually going to be pretty effective. And the rest of the army is now bulldozing through Sort of's army, forcing itself in between all of these bases. A drone pull from the third base as the next Disruptor Shot does... I don't think it landed. I think it got killed beforehand, but it doesn't really matter. Sort of bleeding units left and right. This is incredible damage. Massive amounts of kills from these Colossi. It was like 19 and something for some of those. That was crazy. 19 and 15 on each of those 2 Colossi. That's crazy, actually. Very nice. 2-0 for Mr. Nightmare. Which means Rogue Nightmare is going to be next. Oh boy, we're just going to get a PvZ simulator today. As we will definitely follow that, because I was also wanting to see Rogue. Because we haven't really seen Rogue too much in some of these tournaments. He didn't really play in the RSLs from last season, so... It's nice to see that he's actually into the qualifiers and actually remembering to check in this time as opposed to some of the other times. So I would like to go ahead and follow him and see what's going on with that. So that would be cool. As we can take a quick look-see over at the bracket to see what's gone down. As Creator, of course, did 2-0 Roxas, as to be expected, as Bunny also 2-0 Perceive, which is also to be expected. So honestly, no upsets as of yet. Everything looking squeaky clean. Oh, Percival did sign in. Okay, interesting. I didn't even notice this. Because Percival said that he was, like, tired or something from playing the NA qualifier. So they played a best of 3 instead of a best of 5 for the 3rd place match. So yeah, I thought that meant that he, like, stayed up until, like, 3 a.m. or something. Or since, like, 3 a.m. or whatever and didn't sleep. And wanted to go to bed. Like a degenerate at 3 p.m. But apparently he's here. So that's cool. Got very close to qualifying in the NA qualifier. Unfortunately losing in that 3rd place match, like I said. But yeah. We're going to continue on with this nightmare run against Rogue. We just have to wait for that to get started. Although Creator Bunny also is actually a pretty decent match. Are they in the game already? Yes, they are. Never mind. Never mind. Whew, I thought they were not going to post the lobby link for a second. What's going on in Gumi Rex? Gumi's up 1-0. Other game is 6 minutes in. Cool. Alright, we are just waiting for something. I guess one player maybe is taking a quick break or something. And then we will get into the next one. I guess Rogue was in the bathroom or something. Excellent. All right, on the bottom right-hand side, playing for no team, I think, at the moment. Is he still on Falcons? Is Rogue still on Falcons? I actually don't know. I thought I saw something about him being dropped, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. He still plays for Falcons. Never mind. Playing for Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And on the top left, winning 2-0 versus sort of it is. Oh, and doing a miss micro with the probes caught in 4K. Oh, no, it's Nightmare. He's having a nightmare with this build opener. Feels bad. Give me a moment. I need to blow my nose. Thank you for holding. I unfortunately was slightly sick earlier in the week. Thankfully, it cleared up for the most part and before we started this broadcast. That is the one thing that I do kind of envy of people with other professions, is that all of my professions, 1 being teaching, 2 being casting, require me to be speaking the entire time, basically. And so if I'm sick, that becomes infinitely more difficult. But, like, if you're just, like, sitting at an office job or whatever, and you're sick, like, I don't know, just put a mask on and you just sit there and you don't fucking say a word. And you're just like, yeah, you might be miserable, but you're just kind of being chilling at least in your chair. You don't have to talk to anybody. No one's expecting your voice to not sound like it's been run through a fucking grinder. So yeah, every time I do get slightly sick and then I'm either stuffy and can't speak or my throat sounds like a demon from hell, I get a little annoyed. Looks like Nightmare will be sticking with the Stargate as well in this series. Doesn't want to open up with the Dark Templar drop like he did in the last. I'm curious if he will whip that out again later in the series, showing that it's kind of actually a good build that he relies on instead of just maybe being something to disrespect sort of with. Alright, there's that Ortical. Coming on out. Got our next gateway as well. Nightmare not opting to be that the hero guy where he goes for the hero walls with the super efficient pylon cyber gateway to make it so that way he can get a third base in the soonest possible manner without requiring this second gateway to finish the wall or anything. Wow, even following up with a Phoenix. Whoa, all right. Color me interested. It's going to get scouted right away, but I'm very curious. You almost never see a Phoenix follow-up anymore. This is extremely, extremely unorthodox. I really want to know what this is. Because honestly, something that oh my god, it's a fleet beacon. All right, hell yeah, Nightmare. Fast Tempest on this map could be very good because of the way that there's this kind of midpoint that is very easy to walk over, some decent high ground or whatever dead space areas. And if they do expand towards this forward position as their fourth base, it's very easy. You can deny that quite nicely with the Tempest. So a very interesting choice. And he's even, going to be going for this as his third base instead. Since he knows he's going to be going for the early Tempest, he can abuse that position on the map with the Tempest build. So yeah, we'll wait, of course, for that to come on in. Oh, it's carriers! Whoa, even more unexpected. What the hell? He's going for carriers. Okay. That is not what I was expecting, but the same principles apply, essentially. It's just that the range is a little less on the carrier than the Tempest, of course. But yeah, okay, we're going to be going for a 2-base into third carrier rush. So it's not super all-in or anything, but we'll see how this works. Oh, and the very fast Spire from Rogue. So he might be sniffing something out. He sees 4 Adepts, and he sees no pressure with them, and he sees a Phoenix that denied vision. So I think his Spidey senses are tingling a little bit here. Given that the map is also 10,000 feet, I think he is potentially trying to put 2 and 2 together, and he might actually just get the Scout, because this Phoenix doesn't really kill this fast enough. The Stalker, though, will be able to help deny, so that's going to deny the vision. Oh my god, that was so close, actually. He didn't see. If he clicked, he would have clicked on the Templar, whatever you call it, Twilight Council. So he does not get the confirmation that it is a double Stargate build. Of course, we'll still be finishing this Spire, but will he commit with the units? It looks like he is. He's banking quite a lot. He actually sees the carriers as well with a Zergling. So yeah, it's going to be like, I don't know, 10 plus Corruptors in the production tab in just a moment here. And Nightmare, I think, is not going to be ready for such a large Corruptor count so early. He's going to need to make sure he has a recall energy banked, so that way he can recall right away. And actually, I love this as well from Nightmare. He's going for a full-on ground switch. This is something we used to see a long time ago, back when the Void Ray meta was so popular. You fake the fast air toss, sky toss, whatever you want to call it, play, and then you just full-on switch into ground right afterwards. And just go for a massive charge lot +1 attack. Trap used to do this a lot. A couple other players were enjoying this type of style as well that didn't like going for the Mass Void Ray for so long. And this is something that could really catch a Zerg player completely off guard, just break their ankles when they're least expecting it. Looks like Rogue is not going to full commit into the Corruptors, just making the initial batch, and then we'll fly them across the map to get the Scout to see exactly what's happening. And that's a great move to go for. A massive Artosis pylon, by the way, is going to get depowered. So this is a huge scout from Rogue, as I once again forgot to put myself on busy. Even will be able to find the carriers randomly in the back of the natural. Should be able to kill both of them as well. This is going awfully for Nightmare. Rogue is just styling on Nightmare at this point. The Zealots are actually in the third base already. I didn't even notice this at all, sorry. Runs them across the map, but there's plenty of Roach Ravager already on the defensive since Rogue was fully aware that this was happening. Drone's getting pulled versus a few of those Zealots, but it's not really going to matter. A couple more getting streamlined in onto the right-hand side. This is looking absolutely buns for Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, a counterattack is imminent at this point. Rogue is feeling very strong in this position. This fourth base is not going to be long for this world. We're on pure Zealot as Nightmare against a massive Roach Ravager ball is not exactly what you want. The Force Fields will try to do their best to cut this up. Oh, he's even got Burrow. Oh my god, Rogue, you cheeky little boy. Of course he has Burrow. And Tunneling Claws already researched. That's insane. Wow. Rogue read this game like a motherfucking book. Nightmare thought he was writing some kind of Shakespearean poetry when Rogue is an expert scholar in the matter. That is going to be a very simple 1-0 lead for Rogue in this series. That is indeed the next map. Okay. Alright, well, let's see if Nightmare's got something else cooked up in his sleeve. Because that sure didn't work. Gumio also 2-0'd Rex, by the way, in case anyone was curious. SOS also 2-0'd Percival. I'm actually a little surprised about that. Percival's TVP lately has been very excellent. Wow, we got a very nice top 8 right now going into this semis in just a second. Cure SOS, Creator, Bunny happening. Of course, this Rogue Nightmare match and Trigger Gumio. Some absolute banger matches, to be honest. As we get on into game number 2 with Rogue on the bottom right and Nightmare on the top left. The sun is starting to set, so I'm going to quickly go turn my light on so that way my webcam is not so dark in there. Bada bing, bada boom, I have returned to my seat. Something is on the map, and that is a drone. All right, Rogue is looking like he's going to throw down a proxy hatchery. We're finding some inspiration from Lorimbo, our favorite screaming Italian player. As he's going to walk that drone on in and get a nice hatch block down in the natural. So I guess this isn't super Lorimbo, because Lorimbo would actually be putting it over here and fully committing to it with an all-in. Oh, and Nightmare is reacting very interestingly. He's actually just going to... Oh my god. Wait, did he not scout? He did not. Holy moly. Nightmare went for a no scout. So he's actually super reacting to this proxy hatch. He doesn't realize that there's no pull down and that this is just a blocking hatchery and not like a fully committed, I'm going to all-in you hatchery, which is very interesting that he's going for this response. We'll see if he's maybe cooking something that I'm a little, you know, I'm misanalyzing a little bit, because of course going for the double gateway response, you can kill this more quickly with the early units, and then you do have the option to then just walk them across the map. And since they went for the later pool, they will have less units overall, and they won't have speed or anything like that. So technically there could still be some avenue for Nightmare here. This might not be an overreaction. It could be his calculated response to this type of build. Rogue is going to let this finish. I never know if this is good or not, to be honest with you. Oh, he's going one base Twilight as well. I like that response. I do like that. He's going to go for a very fast Glaives after this. We'll make sure that this Adept can get into the main base nice and quickly to deal with the 2 Lings as well. We'll be able to scout the Twilight Council, which is not exactly ideal. Don't lose that Pro, please. We'll not do so. That's very nice. But yeah, now that the hatchery is dead, the 2 Lings are killed. We can just walk these across the map as Nightmare, like I mentioned before. It's going to force a lot of Lings from Rogue to continue to make this as difficult as possible for him. But the fact is that this Nexus from Nightmare is going to be so motherfucking late. Oh my god, he's actually just fully committing. He's got a 1 base all in. Okay, so that is exactly... Okay, so this explains everything. He's got a 1 base all in with Glaives and a proxy gateway. Okay, color me very surprised and interested. I want to see if this works so bad. Because if this works, I'm doing this to every single fucking Zerg ladder that does this to me. He's going to expand as well, actually, behind it. Okay, so it's not a full-on all-in, but it's super committed pressure. I actually love what he's doing right now. He's going to kill all these Lings. This Queen is so far out, it's not going to get home whatsoever. Rogue is over-committing, trying to keep this 3rd base alive, and there's only going to be more on the way, and a Dark Shrine. Oh my god, Nightmare, you mad genius. I'm in love with what I'm watching right now. I don't even care if this works versus Rogue. This 100% will work versus the random 5Ks I play on KR Ladder. I am going to copy this. I am 100% copying this. I don't like this shade. This was a very bad shade, actually. He lost a lot of momentum when he could have just continued to deny this 3rd base. If he doesn't actually shoot this down, oh my god, no, Nightmare, please. Well, he's going to have the Dark Shrine, so that's going to kill it off anyways, but generally what you want to do is you just continue to threaten the shade so that you've just got a free kill on the 3rd base. Because they just can't respond. They have to chase the shades into the main base. Okay, he's going to just continue. He's basically just going full chaos at this point. He's just going to continue to distract Rogue as much as possible to make him not expect that there's going to be Dark Shrine coming in. And he's just going to get absolutely smacked in the face by these 3 DTs. This is the last thing that Rogue is going to be expecting, and I think this will just end the game. This is an incredible response from Nightmare. His probe count is still super low, of course, because he's going for such a heavy aggression on the 1 base, essentially, but these double DTs, they're going to come on in. That's going to more than even up the drone count. We can easily send one to just snipe down this 3rd base as well, which he should be doing, but he's attacking Lings. Oh, Rogue is doing his best to try to deny it. No, I can't believe this is alive. Oh, this 3rd base should be dead 100 games over. Like, there's no situation where that should actually be alive. Oh, he's just going to suicide onto it anyways. Okay, nicely done. Yeah, this game is probably going to be over. I don't blame Rogue for trying to stick in it because he probably just assumes that Nightmare's economy is garbage, but he does see the Nexus finish, so... yeah, this is starting to border on cope now. Oh, he actually gets the surround. I love that. But yeah, this game is mega over. The Glaives will be able to just come on in as well afterwards. Blink is even on the production tab at this point. It is 19 Lings, so we don't really need to be committing this hard so far as Nightmare. Yeah, he's going to shade out. I do like that. Just keep warping in more. Keep them alive. Eventually, you'll win because Rogue is being forced to make Lings to deny the Adepts from ending the game, but that's also ending the game because it means that Rogue cannot recover his drone count that he just lost, which he just lost a lot, by the way. 14 drones, 2 hatcheries. Well, the first one was on the other side of the map, so that doesn't count, but you know what I mean. You'll know what I mean. I love this response, man. I love this from Nightmare. I'm doing this every single time now. Every single time I get that dumbass proxied hatchery in my natural, this is what I'm going to do. Honestly, I feel like he can even complete that shade at this point, but it's really unnecessary. It just would throw the game, if anything, so... Yeah, you really just have to keep threatening these shades is Nightmare. Just keep sending him out, forcing the drone count to be extremely low while you just get more stuff back at home. Honestly, he could just be continuing to macro behind this. He's stopped probes, but he really doesn't need to. Just get up to 2 base economy. You can even take a 3rd base. Rogue will not be able to take a 3rd for quite some time at this point. We'll complete that shade because it's only the Lings in the main base. I do like that misallocation of units from Rogue, but I mean, he's got so little at this point, it really doesn't matter. He's even going to just target down the spawning pool. But then the drones come on back, so he's able to kill those as well. This is a Nightmare. Completely intended pun for Rogue. Yeah, and then the Blink Stalkers come on in as well to deal with the roaches. And this game is looking like... It looks like we're in the twilight of this game, Artosis. I don't know. I don't know if Rogue can possibly hold this off. He's gonna try to stream out a couple units, but I mean, he's hemorrhaging quite a few units at this point. And there it is. That's the GG Artosis. I love that. Love that response. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Nightmare with a very nice reaction to a proxied hatchery in his main base. Or, sorry, his natural base. Alrighty. Alright. 1-1. Is that the first non-2-0 of the day? It is. As Bunny also... Wow, Bunny actually 2-0'd Creator. That was not what I was expecting to see on the bracket. But yeah, this is the first non-2-0 of the day for this qualifier. Very cool. And it's on the bottom left-hand side, unfortunately getting absolutely blasted in that game. It is Rogue, and on the top right-hand side, it is a Nightmare. Old Republic, the map, a very nice, open, wide, big, thick, girthy map. Plenty of macro games have been had on this map already. Quite fun map. Obviously, this is a callback to Eternal Empire. The setup is basically exactly the same, just with some slight modifications, and of course, even the name calls back to it. Ooh, we'll be able to see this drone coming on out, so Nightmare choosing to actually scout this time, as opposed to the last game where he was trying to go for that faster Nexus, and we'll bring down the second probe just in time to deny the block. We'll see, well, excuse me, we'll see if Rogue decides to continue with this, or if he's just going to try and delay as long as possible. You could still always throw this hatchery down in a slightly different location or down in the wall or something like that. But he's just gonna try to deny this. Ooh, nice. Actually, Nightmare gets it off. Love that. Oh! Nice. Nightmare realizes. What? He actually got it? That's insane. I can't believe that. That was so slick. I can't even believe that. That's crazy. Well. Alright. That's really annoying. So yeah, that's going to make it so Nightmare cannot take the second gas. It's going to really actually delay his build order quite a bit. It's really painful. It's actually really painful to have this gas block get thrown down. So you're also being forced to use so many probes to actually kill it off. But then they just keep doing the cancel bullshit. And yeah, Nightmare's just like, fuck this, man. I'm just taking the one on my nat. Oh, man. It's so brutal. You lose the mineral income from trying to deny it, and then you lose an insane amount of gas income. As a race that requires such a large amount of gas in the first place, this really is going to mess with Nightmare's build. So, definitely a misplay to have that actually get off. He had it blocked, but he brought it down for half a second to try and attack the drone, but that apparently was... It didn't look like the probe really moved very far. It really looked like it just rotated to attack the drone, but it was apparently far enough away from the gas to deny to not actually deny the extractor from getting placed down. Take the third on one gas? That's crazy. But yeah, to answer the question, Twitch Korea doesn't save VODs anymore. That was the case from like 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, Lings, wraparound Lings. Okay. We'll be able to get into the main base, so we'll further scout what's happening. A blink attack as well was imminent. Nightmare was trying to just go for a massive blink all-in. Oh, almost surrounds both of them. Oh, now speed vision. Oh, Rogue's not paying attention. Oh, he is. Holy moly, it's alive. What happened to those 2 adepts? They're in the main base. Or was it just 1? It was 2. He lost 1. Killed only Lings. This Ling is still alive in the main base as well, getting full information that is going to likely be aggression coming out of Nightmare. Oh man, this game is an absolute tragedy. Rogue is styling on Nightmare at this point, as this Ling is still alive. Wank. But yeah, Twitch Korea, you can't save VODs, you can't make clips, you can't make highlights, you can't watch VODs, you can't watch clips, and you can't watch in 1080p. So yeah, there's no VODs on my channel. They will be recorded and uploaded to my YouTube. Boink. So it is going to be a fast third base anyway, so it looks like Nightmare, having been found out, well, he might have been planning to do this from the beginning anyways, but this looks to me, this feels like someone that got caught with their pants down and was like, well, shit, I guess I can't just go for a massive 2-base blink attack when I just got it completely scouted minutes before it would happen. So he's going for the third base anyways, which will actually put him in a decent position because Rogue is pretty, you know, was preparing for a big attack and is making an incredible amount of units. He's making an insane amount of Lings. He's actually going to all in with 3 Ravagers and Mass Ling to try and deny this. So if this is actually defended by Nightmare, Nightmare is going to be in a great situation because Rogue is sitting on just 41 drones. That's really nothing, but Nightmare has no reason to expect this to happen, so he's actually still walking across the map, even going to blink forward. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to just get completely surrounded. This game is over. Oh, nice blink to blink away. And we'll be able to recall. Hold up. Oh, that's still a lot of damage, though. Very nice reaction from Nightmare to be able to blink away from the surround and actually still give himself a moment here to potentially recover. Force fields will need to be perfect, and they're not perfect at all. Oh, God. That was unfortunate. Tries to blink back towards the battery, but it's only a single one. Not going to be able to heal up this amount of DPS from this amount of Lings, and the third base is going to get ransacked, forcing Nightmare back onto 2 bases. Surround once again going to come on, and this Nightmare is forced to take this fight to try and keep this third base alive. He can't really just sit back. But will be able to kill this off is Rogue. Wait, Lings or some Adepts or something got across the map because there's only 33 drones. What the hell just attacked across the map? 6 drones just died. I guess it was 2 Adepts that got sent across. Did not see that at all, my bad. So Nightmare is still kind of holding on because he realizes that he did such an insane amount of economic damage against someone who was already cutting an insane amount of drones. So there technically could still be some avenue of victory for Nightmare in this game. Will play it slow, take this third base again, knowing that his opponent is very committed. Of course, Rogue will be able to drone back up at this point now that he knows that he killed the third base and he doesn't need to try and just end it on to try to end him on 2 bases. So he will just be able to drone back on up. It's still going to be very difficult for Nightmare. But I think with those extra drone kills, it definitely does keep Nightmare in this game, and he will see what he can do. It is by no means going to be simple. But perhaps he can manangle a way to actually win this game. Very small channel, first time hearing about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a huge streamer or anything. I've been streaming for a while, but I'm not consistent in any means. Talk about what, Mr. Torrent? I actually don't know what you are talking about. This is so many lings. What the hell? Rogue is pinging his own overseer to let us, the observers, know that he is scouting the main base. Obviously, that's a misclick, but it's like, that's hilarious just to things like, yo, casters, check this out. I'm scouting. Just in case you guys missed it. I kind of wish that pros would do that. Like, because sometimes observers miss shit and you don't see everything. Like, imagine you're going to do some super sick stylish shit, like just drop banelings on a mineral line and you just ping it. So that way the observers see it. That's such like a Giga Chad move. That'd be so funny. Nightmare's trying to go into this third base. He's got a pretty good army, actually. The Archons are going to be very good against the mass lings, but unfortunately one of them gets surrounded onto the right-hand side, so that's not great. The second one also getting killed off by those lings. This was actually a pretty threatening army that Nightmare was able to muster up, but unfortunately it got a bit disoriented. Got all segmented up, basically. If all those Archons were actually together and forcing the lings to bunch up onto the actual main army, he might have had a chance to bust Rogue at that point, but really not going to be enough. Nightmare fully overwhelmed at this point. The attempted all-in was quite nice. I do like what he was going for. He had 1-1 upgrades as well during all that. So he definitely had an opportunity, like I mentioned, to find some sort of extra damage, but it's not going to come to fruition. Rogue is too good, too big, too hard to quell. The balls on Nightmare to do that after killing a changeling. Is this a misplaced? No. It looks strange on the minimap. It looks like it was misplaced, but it's not. Alright, well, Nightmare doesn't think it's over. He's gonna try yet again. I, on the other hand, would disagree. I believe that this one is over. However, we will still talk about it. Rogue is going to be basically maxed out when he goes for his next attack, as Nightmare is still just kind of walking around with just a hodgepodge of gateway units. A couple of zealots trying to do some counter harass, but that's being picked up by Rogue as well. Knows it's somewhere on the map and just trying to find it. Or he's actually just setting up his own for a little bit later. But yeah, Rogue is really just gonna sit out here, gonna max out a little bit, force a reaction from the Zerglings at the top. We'll see a pretty decent army, and we'll just back away. As the rest of the army is just sitting here in a nice box art formation. I love this. I'm not sure if Rogue fully recognizes the situation he's in. I mean, it's been a pretty chaotic game. You might think that Nightmare is in a better position than he is. Although, to be fair, Nightmare's army did kind of just skyrocket up in supply in just a little bit. And there's a lot of Archons. There's 7 Archons in total. So if the Banelings don't get pretty good connections, there is still a world, again, where Nightmare actually is able to hold. But without a lot of static D set up, I think it's going to be much more difficult. Some Archons left to deny the Zerglings at the top. Nice micro and pullback from the Zealots to keep them away from the Banelings for as long as possible. Let the Archons do as much as they can, but that just means the Roaches and Ravagers will be able to clean up house. And this one is looking all but over for Nightmare. He's got Zealots running all over the place on the other side, but that's going to get dealt with by the reinforcements of Rogue as well, as there really is nothing on the front for Nightmare to be able to defend anymore. A sentry also randomly got F2'd across the map. Won't find anything. And yep, that's going to be that. Blinking forward, or blinking back, I should say, as much as possible. Rogue moving forward to a nice 2-1 victory. We'll be moving on in the bracket to play the winner of Trigger and Gumiho. Oh, damn it, that game just started literally like a half second ago. That's so unfortunate. 6:04, it's 6:06. Oh well. Just missed the Trigger Gumiho game. That's Sag. As Cure SOS are also in a game. Alright. So I guess that means we'll need to take a look-see. God, it just started too. It's so unfortunate. Trigger up 1-0 versus Gumiho. Actually not unexpected. Actually not unexpected. Cure SOS is also happening. I don't know if anything is casting that. Why don't I go live on YouTube? Well, I don't have Restream, so I can't do that. And, yeah, that's kind of the only reason. I don't know, I just don't have Restream. Plus, it's not like my YouTube is big either. I have like, what, 2K subs or something? I don't know. I don't think I would really get any viewers on YouTube anyways. And I have no idea how that like alters I don't know how that alters the algorithm of when I would upload a video eventually anyways. It's just easier for me to record the VOD while I'm streaming and then just upload it on that other channel. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I'm not very dedicated to trying to make my YouTube huge or anything. I mean, it's always a good thing to try and make it bigger overall, but yeah, I don't know. It is a very deteriorating grind to try and work the YouTube algorithm. Anyways, here, let me just, I'll just throw this on. We'll take a look-see at Cranky Duckling stream. He's okay with that, generally. So yeah, Trigger versus Gumiho is happening. Trigger has been very good lately. He has skyrocketed in skill, it feels like, in the last, like, year or so. Are you planning to make something like super tournaments? What do you mean exactly? Like a single weekend event with RSL? Whoa, wait. Trigger is going +1 air? What the heck? Is that a mistake? He's going blink. Did Trigger accidentally start +1 air on his Cybercore? There's no Stargate or anything, right? What the heck?
A fumble, by the way. Like, this was not.
Yeah.
This is not intentional. No shot.
Yeah, there's no way that.
Yo. The setup for the late game.
Oh no, Trigger. He accidentally started +1 air. That's hilarious. Oh god.
Hoping he realizes soon.
Oh, that's so funny. Honestly, Torrent, probably not. That's not really the style of event we're trying to put on with RSL. We do like the seasonal structure. We like being able to have multiple games and a storyline build up throughout you know, multiple weeks and whatever. So we don't I don't really think we'll be doing something like that personally. Season finals is too small. Well, there's also the I mean, well, actually, I mean, the season finals, though, the way that we did it, we still had like a full top 6. It was basically like a super tournament, actually, still, right? Because we had a full top 16 bracket. Because super tournament is usually just top 16 over 2 days. But we did it in 1 day and then filtering into another, like, top 4. Oh, that stalker got stuck. So it kind of was like a slightly different version of a super tournament. I don't know. I quite like the way that we did it. Oh, that medevac didn't get sniped. That's crazy. That would have been wild killing that with 2 tanks. I can't believe he's actually engaging that. We'll get one of those tanks though. That's crazy. +1 air finished. Lol. Let me just check what's going on over here. This is not... Okay, that's not happening yet. Ooh, that tank getting killed on the top left is really good, and the Zealots can actually just clean house. Oh, but good micro from the Marines. I guess there's not enough Stalkers to continue that. Oh, dude, this micro interaction is crazy. I can't believe Gumiho comes out alive in this situation. That's wild. Oh, we got the Immortal. Too small. Well, also just remember that this is like our first time ever making an offline event, like, and it's purely from like community funding and other, you know, stuff like that. So it's very difficult to go for something much bigger. Oh my god, that medevac micro is ridiculous. I cannot believe that Gumiho is keeping these 2 red health tanks alive this whole time. Finally, one of them dies. Surely this is the end. Dude, this Immortal also had like no HP. Jesus Christ, he holds yet again, but he's on 74 workers, Trigger. Good lord. What a ridiculous game this is, actually. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like the finals was a good size. The fact that we had like a full 16 player bracket the first day, which was quite fun to watch, and then into the top 4. Like we still had a large variety of players competing. I don't know. Obviously, we want to try to make it as big as possible in the future. But for our first event that we did, I thought it was very, very well done. It's not easy to organize stuff like this. It's absolutely not cheap either. The more stuff you add to it, the more players, the more yada yada gets, the price increases exponentially. It gets very, very expensive to host these types of offline events. This game is ridiculous. Gumiho is holding again, and that Colossus is going to die because it's not near the prison, but a mass Zealot Warpin is actually going to make this really hard to swing. Yeah, okay. Jesus Christ, that was crazy.
Series 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match.
All right. All right, so we're going to be going into one of the qualifying matches here in just a momento, which I believe will be that Trigger versus Rogue One. The +1 air carried, yeah, so true. That game is totally different without the +1 air upgrade, man. That's so funny. It is so funny. All right, so we're going to be going into a best of 5. Rogue versus Trigger. All right, so we got 3 best of 5s to go today. Yikes, that's a lot of games, actually. Shit. I always feel like these brackets are going to go so quick. And then, like, I think about it, it's like 3 best of 5s. Like, oh, wait a minute. That has potential to be a lot of games. This stream could go for another 3 hours, technically. Why is Clem not participating? Well, this is the Korea qualifier. It's not exactly the European time zone. If he plays, he'll play in the Europe one. I don't think he wants to be waking up at, I don't know, whatever it is, like 9 a.m. or something to play in this. To then also be forced to play on the Korean server, which is how the rules of these qualifiers work. All right, we're just waiting for the vetoes to finish, for the lobby to get hosted, and then we will be jumping on in to the Rogue versus Trigger match, which I am quite interested in. Because I believe these two players, again, are fairly even in their skill levels. Yep, I don't know. He didn't like publicly state a reason or anything. He didn't DM me or Tesa saying I'm not playing in your event because of XYZ. He just I don't know. He just didn't choose to play in them. He did want to play in the offline finals. He did actually ask about that, but of course, that's that had to be something that you had to attend in person. So I don't blame him for not wanting to fly out for a single weekend all the way to Korea just to play in a grueling open bracket. Gamers and taking forever to do vetoes. Name a more iconic duo. There we go. I willed it into existence. Beautiful. Excellent. Alrighty. Interestingly enough, we are actually on Celestial Enclave as the first map. Not always seeing this map getting thrown into the rotation, but we will today. On the bottom left-hand side, playing as the Red Zerg for Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And at the top to the right-hand side, playing for Basilisk, it is Trigger. Putting his pylon on the perfect point on the hexagon. Thank you, Trigger. Very nicely done. Much respect. Wonder if Rogue's going to try to throw out some proxy hatch business in this best of 5. I do wonder. Because again, I feel like that... Well, I know that response from Nightmare in the first series was very, very unorthodox. And I would be pretty surprised to see Trigger go for a similar response. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would kind of go for that type of response to a proxied hatchery. So I'm curious to see if Rogue wants to do it again, what Trigger's response to it would be. But it won't be this game, at least. It shall not be this game. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, Adept, Stargate, Shirley. 135, 140, 143, 157, 151, shkaboop. There's the Stargate. Rogue will see the no warp gate being made, which does lend itself towards a Stargate, but you can always go for some little mind games early on to try and fake that. I always do that. I literally just go Adept Warp Gate every single game because I don't really care. But also it will sometimes trick some Zerg players that do overanalyze the Warp Gate timing into thinking that it's not actually a Stargate. But, yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, in my level, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, so... Maybe I should try to toy around more with throwing in the faster Stargate. I haven't for so long, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I should do that. Ooh, I like that pylon positioning. That is interesting. Because I feel like if you would try to throw a pylon in this area, you would just put it here to block the worker-only path, just in case of whatever reason. But it is all the way over here. I wonder if he's expecting like some kind of Nidus or something like that from Rogue. Rogue loves to go for some really weird, cheeky builds every now and then. And I would not put it past him to go for some early Nidus builds on a map like this. Oh, boy, that's greedy. Although it does pull the queens out of position, so it will unlock a few more drone kills. But then the queen, oh, from downtown spawns out of the natural to kill it anyways. Oh, no. Unfortunate for Trigger. Never want to lose an Oracle like that. 3 drones are killed off, but that's not exactly worth an Oracle. As the second one will also just walk into a couple queens. Only lose a little bit of hull damage, though, so not the worst, but still not great. Yeah, this pylon looks to me like something that's scouting for a proxy or something like that. Not a proxy, a Nidus. Or some other type of thing like that. So I like the idea. Adept's getting shaded on into the natural. We'll complete that, I think. Yep, there's only a few lings. So that's definitely worth it to try and go for some extra drone kills. Catching Rogue a little on the sleeper end. Not with enough lings out. Nice micro to be able to deny a few extra drones at the end there, but we'll force them away into the Oracle. I love these moves. Quite a bit of hull damage, but 14 drones in total towards the end of that harassment. Wow, that's actually very nice. Very nice for Trigger. Definitely making up for that lost Oracle earlier on. And then he's going to hide some extra gateways. Ah, yes, I love this. 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 Going to make it as difficult as possible for Rogue to identify exactly the situation that Trigger is going for. Obviously, you expect more gateways to be made at some point anyways, but I just like the idea of throwing a few over here just to, like I said, just to make it a little bit more difficult to understand exactly the game state that the Protoss is in. Charge Archon is going to be the follow-up, as there is no Roach Warren on the map. Trigger rightfully identifying that fact. Will not be going for a Blink build, preferring to go for the Charge Lot Archon and eventually Storm. Actually getting a couple of Immortals with this as well. We'll have a pretty beefy attack. The Overseer, or Overlord, whatever, that was over here, seeing this, though, does notify Rogue that there is a Templar Archives and multiple Immortals already out. So we should know that. He's going to basically rush out to as many Hydras as possible and get that Lurker Den. Okay. Trigger's not going to go for any sort of attack just yet. Waiting for that Prism. Does unload the double Immortal and walk everything on over. We'll see how much damage this is going to be getting done. It's hitting fairly later than most of these types of attacks do because he did wait for those extra Immortals and whatnot. Instead of just going for a pure Zealot Archon attack, like I like to go for something like that where it hits much earlier, like a minute and a half earlier. He's going for a much stronger attack at a later time with these double Archons, or sorry, double Immortals, lots of Archons, and plenty. Really? Oh. Well, okay then. Yeah, alright, well, that's that. Sure. Yeah, I guess the game is over. A very strong attack indeed. Hitting slightly later than an earlier one would. Wow. Excellent analysis, Gemini. Good job. Thank you. That's why they pay you the big bucks. Ooh, SOS also won versus Bunny, so that's cool. 2-0. Or sorry, he didn't win versus Bunny. He won versus Cure to play versus Bunny. But winning 2-0 against Cure is actually very surprising. Was not expecting to see that at all. Was very much assuming it would be a TVT in the upper bracket semis.
I love Gemini, you know.
But more Protoss to cast is never something I am going to complain about. Where are these lobby links? Bro, no way they started the game, right? What? Oh, these fuckers, dude. What the fuck? Dude, pro gamers, I swear to God. Pro gamers take 2 seconds to wait for people to get in. Challenge impossible. They didn't even post the lobby link. God damn it, dude. Pro gamers are the worst. Gamers deserve nothing. Gamers deserve nothing. Well, alright.
It's Trigger.
Here's the other broadcast. Dude, I hate gamers. Gamers deserve nothing. Anyways. Yeah, I was just saying how the SOS 2.0 cure is actually crazy. I'm very curious what actually happened in that series.
Here we go. We're getting into the next game. And so far, again, Trigger does take a lead in the series. It's going to be a best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. And I would imagine that Rogue is not going to be anywhere near as greedy this time. So far, Hatch Gas Pool.
So yeah.
I should emphasize as well that the greed
Well, I don't want to commentate over commentary. That's always annoying. Yep. Well, no in-game sound as we are watching someone else's stream. Hopefully the gamers will remember to put lobby links in the thingy in the next game. So yeah, Rogue, I guess, really tried to cut some corners that game. Did not expect the attack to be coming when it did. Which is, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of interesting because he saw the Immortals. He saw the Templar Archives. He saw it not researching Storm either. He saw the Immortals. And he was just really not expecting the attack to come at that time, I guess. Just caught completely pants down with just a little amount of Ling Hydra, which is absolutely going to get face rolled by the army that Trigger had. Trigger, of course, going to go right into the Stargate again. Not an unexpected thing. Hello, Orati. Oh, are they actually playing? Oh, are they playing in the Lulu Cup finals as well? Oh, that's actually hilarious. I did not know. I did not realize that they were playing each other. Double Adept actually getting into the main base. Actually getting a lot of drones. Holy shit, that's a lot of drones. Damn. What was that, like 5 or 6 drones? As the players also did not host with Gameheart. Gamers host with Gameheart and post lobby links challenge impossible. I believe that was like 5 or 6 drones. I just dropped my hat. Ling's gonna run across the base or run across the map to try and deny this third base, but the Oracle is in position, so very nicely done by Trigger. I always wonder how pros do this. Like where do you toe the line of hiding builds, playing standard versus your pocket stuff when you play so many series back to back versus the same players? I mean, doing 2 best of 5s literally within a couple hours of each other is kind of like obscene, but I mean just within like a couple days even sometimes with how often some of these players play. I always am a very not envious, but what's the word? Impressed, I guess. Just at how the level of mind games that some of these players go through, just constantly playing the same players. I get so annoyed whenever I play on ladder and I just keep getting matched versus the same people. I want to play new people. It feels just more fun and interesting than just playing the same people over and over again. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm always, like, kind of amazed at just the mentality some of these players have, especially, like, you know, like Cero, Clem, Raynor just playing each other in, like, every finals ever. I don't know. Roach Warren's not going to get skipped this time. It feels very late, though, regardless. Is the double Oracle, actually triple Oracle, because that's the other one is at red HP, unless it died. Morling's getting sent across the map, trying to do literally anything, but can't do even that. Oh, he's actually going to recommit. Sees there's no battery and says, all right, I'll try to just get a nice little split around here. And unfortunately, we'll get almost nothing. Rogue is getting absolutely blasted in this game. I can't believe he went for that. They don't think about who they play against on a personal level. They just think another Zerg, another Protoss. Dehumanizing. I don't know if they do. And that's not exactly what... I mean, because there's a certain point where you absolutely need to know and play the player. You need to... You can't just cycle the same builds all the time versus the same player. Like, there needs to be levels of mind games, and there absolutely are. So you can't just ignore who a player is a lot of times. Oh, nice pullback to deny the stasis from getting all those lings. Lots of queens at the front as well will actually allow Rogue to deny this attack for now. Loses a lot of the oracles, unfortunately, does trigger. But a lot of the stalkers stay alive. A couple of probes finding their way to the fight, wanting to join the revolution themselves. Will rightly get sent back home where they belong. But it's just going to be Lings trying to defend this as it just basically Rogue is ignoring the fact that he went for a Roach Warren, knowing that it's going to be a blink opener, just making massive amounts of Lings. Even though he doesn't have the +1 attack on the melee, actually going to make it much more difficult for him. And Trigger will actually still get some decent trades while these Hydras are in production. But thinks that he's... overstayed his welcome just a little bit. We'll just get those extra upgrades rolling. Doesn't want to fully commit, but wow, 65 Lings getting killed off already this game. Trigger is definitely going to be feeling pretty happy about the game state that he's in right now. This fourth base probably might get... Oh, never mind. There's a couple Zealots here. They might be able to keep this alive, actually. Nope. Not the worst deal, though. He's got plenty of money. Once again, sorry for anyone that's just joining in. They forgot to post the lobby link, so I did not get into the lobby. So I am just looking at Cranky Duckling stream. That's why there's no game audio and why the quality looks a little lower. So yeah, it's going to be a mass Hydra Bane style for Rogue in this particular game. Storm's going to be finished up already here for Trigger as well, so he'll be pretty nice to deal with this. It's going to be 80 drones, actually more than that. Going for a full economy is Rogue. He's not going to be trying to go for like a mega all-in or anything like that. He will have room to transition, but technically it's going to be still kind of hard to transition out of something like this if you're still committing as much as Rogue is planning to, because you can see he's got all the upgrades coming. He's making massive amounts of Ling Hydra. He's still going to be getting the extra tech buildings as the Lurker Den and Infestation get put down. But it's going to be kind of difficult to transition into a super late game sometimes if these trades don't go his way. Oh, especially if he attacks before Baneling speed. Oh, Trigger with an excellent timing, denying a ton of those Banes from getting any value whatsoever. As the Zealots are now going to run over to the left side, but unfortunately not exactly a free path on the map like you may be expected. Loses quite a few of those. Has to use another Storm to keep them alive as well. And then just walks right through it. XD. And then Trigger is going to go full on into the Fleet Beacon switch. So knows that he doesn't want to end the game because Rogue looks like he kind of is trying to find a way to end it with this army composition. Much better as Trigger and the Protoss player to just sit back and transition into your late game tech, knowing that your opponent is probably going to have a harder time getting a fully robust late game army versus someone who is sitting pretty, going into +1 air, +1 shields, and what will eventually be a full Sky Toss transition. Getting ahead of things before the Lurkers are out. Even going carriers. Oh, I love it. That Trigger's a man of the people, man. That's what I'm talking about. Going carriers versus Hydraling Bane. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I do still. I still just am a mass carrier enjoyer in the late game. just DPS them. Oh, that wall is not great. Uh-oh. Oh, that's actually terrible. Yeah, he's forced to recall probes out to try and save them. I actually think I've never seen that in my life. That might be the first time I've ever seen someone reactively recall probes to save them from a run-by. That was pretty cool, actually. He saved quite a lot. I think he saved like 10 probes or something like that. That was pretty sick. It's also very sick because you have to be very aware of what you're doing with that to not just recall it to the same fucking nexus. You have to be really quick to deselect that nexus to make sure it doesn't just get recalled on top of each other. That's really funny. Unfortunately, loses the base entirely, which is not great because that wall that he set up was basically to try and deny that exact thing from happening. So an unfortunate misstep from Trigger to allow that type of damage in the first place, but at least a decent recovery. Will allow Rogue some position now to transition off into the Lurkers, into the Vipers, before there's a large amount of carriers. But the army size of Trigger is going to be extremely threatening. Only a single carrier so far, 2 more about to be coming out relatively soonish. But they're still kind of mistimed a little bit, so he's actually not going to have the big packing punch of a large carrier count for quite some time. This is why whenever I do it, and this is not me critiquing the pros, it's unfortunately another base gets killed off. This is not me critiquing Trigger, this is just me giving my perspective on how I play this, because I'm playing generally at a lower skill level. And I know this is probably riskier in general, but I can get away with it. I love going 3 Stargate instead of 2 in my transition, so that way you get the crazy like 3 and then 6 carrier count really fast. And it just blows Zergs out of the water because they're not expecting so many carriers that fast. And you can just really have a crazy power spike with it. Oh, I love this recall down to the bottom side as well with the mothership. We'll be able to kill this base, but unfortunately that base was already pretty much just started anyway, so really a few Zealots could have done that regardless, and now he will just kind of find his position on the right-hand side, or sorry, the left-hand side, to try and siege this base, which already does have a decent setup. Love the storms, though, on that position. Holy moly. The Lurkers getting blasted and the drone line also getting killed off. Nice blinding clouds from Rogue, though, to try and keep this position alive. Will actually do so, as a couple Lurkers were still alive on the back end and forced those units to walk right into them, as 2 bases actually get killed off by that Link counterattack. Holy crap, that was really good for Rogue. What looked like it was actually going to be a really good engagement out of Trigger ended up being a great trade for Rogue in the end of things. Those 2 blinding clouds were pretty clutch, and then the Lings on the back end were really unaccounted for that entire time by Trigger. He, for a lack of better words, was trying to pull the trigger and just send it across with his death ball, assuming that the Lings would get somewhat cleaned up, but also just it wouldn't really matter. There's these points in these late game PvZs where you just like counterattacks start happening, and then you kind of just are like, it doesn't matter, screw it, I don't care. My army is large enough, I'm just gonna bulldoze through, and a lot of times that works. And Trigger, I think, was relying on that in that instance to try and just bust down Rogue, to try and just end the game right there, but unfortunately losing 2 Nexuses while not actually taking the best engage possible at that lower side will mean that this game continues. He's still going to have a pretty decent army, and like someone in chat is mentioning, the upgrades are very strong for him. +2 air upgrades on the carriers is going to be very good. Nothing on the corruptors at all right now. So that will make the engagements actually pretty good. The problem is that it's only 4 carriers right now. Only 4 carriers is really not, like, that's not the critical mass you're looking for in this type of position versus this type of army that Rogue's got. 4 carriers will not DPS things down as quickly as 6 is really what you want. Like 6 is when the power spike of the carriers really starts to hit. And yeah, I don't know, just 4 is just really not there yet. And you can see, since Trigger has been forced onto this shittier economy, he's not been able to continue producing any more carriers. We'll be going into the Tempest at this point because he knows that he's basically forced into a longer game. We'll need to just kind of slug this out and need some extra range for the Tempest, I can't talk, for the Lurkers, for the Vipers and Corruptors. So he's going to have to really dig deep and make it so that way he can try to take trades as best as possible eventually, but we'll see if Rogue allows that. As Rogue is also pretty set on just sitting here. We'll be getting a Nidus as well to start doing some Nidus Lurker harass. Excuse me. Very good in the late game, of course. Very difficult to realize where all those are happening. And even if they do get off, once the Lurkers get out, it can be very annoying to deal with them. And Rogue is a master of this. I mean, he's, I think, one of the first that really pioneered this style of late game. I even remember in the GSL finals versus Trap so long ago. Him just absolutely blasting Trap with that. Very difficult to deal with. All right, well, Trigger's army has maxed out, and he's been able to get a pretty large one because his economy has been much less given the earlier stages of this game. So his worker count is only at 65, meaning his army count is very large. So his army will still pack a very good punch. He is splitting it up a little bit. Trying to, oh, wow, he actually sees that. I can't believe that's in vision. I thought that was going to be just barely out of vision. But only a single Zealot will not actually deny it. He's maxed and can't warp in anymore. That's unfortunate. We'll see if Rogue is actually paying attention to the Niduses, because there's a massive set of units on each side of the base. It looks like it won't. The Templar getting shredded by the Lurkers, unfortunately. So a couple of those do get killed off, and a lot of them are really low. He needs to be very careful about where he moves those. Those are critical to these attacks. But thankfully for Trigger, Rogue was not allocating his units correctly and loses the right-hand side base to that big attack as well. So a pretty decent pickoff for Trigger, but loses some probes in the back end to that Ling harass. Still forced onto a really bad economy overall. Now the Ultra Switch coming in for Rogue. I do like this as well. Noting how few Immortals are in the army, if any at all. It's actually 2 only. Noticing that the ground army is basically just High Templar. A couple of Archons, of course, but if there's a lot of Ultras in the main engagement, the Templar can get run down very quickly, and then that just nullifies all the storms. I love that, burrowing the units over on the right-hand side, making it as annoying as possible for Trigger to deny all these little counterattacks. Nidus Swarm's trying to get put up every which way, but Trigger is doing very good diligence of looking at his mini-map, constantly realizing where all these are. A nice forward position with these Lurkers as well to deny the counterattacks to make it more difficult. I guess Trigger could just run by, but it's very difficult when there's that many of the Lurkers sitting there. Oh my god, and Rogue actually moves them away. Okay, never mind. There's 3 that are in position to still deny the path. That's good. But now the Ultras are out. There's still a good amount of Archons, so it's going to be hard for the Ultras to actually get deep onto the Templar. But the Lurkers now actually forcing a weird hand from Trigger, knowing that this base on the top right is going to get killed off eventually, is going to be needing to go for a recall there. As the rest of the units will go and deny this hatchery on the bottom right-hand side yet again. But that will put all of the units for Trigger on the right-hand side. So Rogue forcing Trigger's hand a little bit. We'll see where this ends up going. As both players are, I feel like, inbound to just kind of clash at any moment towards the middle of this map. We're really just kind of waiting for both of them to kind of lose their patience, it feels like. A lot of these late game PvZ moments really does just feel like a moment. It just comes down to who breaks first and who basically says, fuck it. Like, you're always trying to do this dance, out-positioning the other player, trying to get bases here and there, try to you know, manipulate where they're going and trying to section off different parts of the army. As a couple Templars just go on a suicide mission that will never work. And then eventually one of the players breaks, and you just kind of get stuck in a spot that you don't expect it, and you're like, ah, screw this bullshit. I'm just going to go. Just A-move it, just force the fight, even if you might not think it's the best opportunity for you. Having the patience to just kind of keep letting the game continue, waiting for your perfect opportunity, it's not an easy task. Currently, Rogue is doing a very good job of it. Although this looks like an opportunity. This Nidus might die. Okay, thankfully a lot of those lurkers did get in time, but that's still a good amount that are getting killed off on this left-hand side. Rogue doing, yet again, a good job of just pulling these away as much as possible, making sure it's as annoying as possible to actually track them down. God, it's just Nidus is going up every which way. Rogue is so good at this style. And the ultra count is getting ridiculous now. And this is the moment that Rogue finds to see if he can actually bulldoze this army down, throwing in the ultras, throwing in the corruptors, mothership getting taken out, the rest of the units trying to get killed off as well. The ultras actually get dealt with, as there's a large amount of immortals at this point. Trigger realized that there was an ultra transition this entire time. He obviously saw them earlier and was able to respond with a larger mortal count of his own. So that actually was not the move for Rogue. Actually suiciding an incredible amount of units, and now even, you kind of can see he didn't really know what to go for his Remax. Went for a lot more Ultras, a lot more Zerglings, but a few of them getting caught out as well, and also a big amount of Infestors getting made. This might have been a massive overplay from Rogue, as he's going to try to go in for another attack before more of the reinforcements can come down, but that is not the correct move. Plenty of units still alive for Trigger, just melting this Ultra Remax, and even the Corruptors. Trigger will actually come back in this game. That was a crazy game from Trigger to be able to stay alive despite kind of going a little too far forward earlier on and losing 2 bases at the same time. Brings it back in a slower, methodical game. That was crazy. Did Rogue trap an Archon with Changelings? That's kind of sick. I mentioned the patience, man, and Trigger absolutely had it. A lot of players probably, after losing that one engagement earlier on and those extra bases, probably would have found themselves hard-pressed to really drag it out as long as needed to be able to actually clinch the win. But Trigger just kept playing whack-a-mole, just kept killing off the Niduses, kept killing off the Lurkers, whatever Zergling counterattacks. Manipulated the map movement enough to kind of bait Rogue into thinking that he had a better engagement than he did. Very impressive from Trigger, putting himself at a 2-0 lead as we are actually in the game this time. Oh my god, the pro players remembered to post a lobby link. Sick. All right, on the bottom right-hand side, unfortunately, miscalculating that final engagement, losing it out despite a pretty good advantage earlier on in the series or in the game. It is Rogue. And on the top left-hand side, playing for Basilisk with a great recovery in that second game, putting himself on match point. It is Trigger. What's happening, SOS Bunny? I'll tell you what's happening. Absolutely nothing, because they are waiting for us to finish, so that way we can also cast that. So don't worry. You will see every single game from here on out. 3 best of 5s in total. Indeed we do. And since this one is actually looking like it might end at a relatively faster pace, assuming the series doesn't continue to go all 5 games, we will continue to that schedule. Because otherwise, since the Lulu Cup final... Actually, who is playing first in the Lulu Cup finals? Or playoffs, whatever you call it? Cure Rainer. Okay, never mind. We're totally fine. Okay, so yeah, the Rogue Trigger series is not even happening until later. So okay, never mind. We're all good. We will see everything. There was a world where if one of the first Lulu playoff was one of the players involved in this qualifier, that we would have to maybe streamline the matches a little bit more, but not an issue. We've got plenty of time before any of our players are needing to do something else. Yeah. Lots of games. Stargate, not unexpected. I would be amazed if Trigger does anything other than a Stargate opener at all this series. I feel like Trigger is a very standard player. He does what is the most efficient, the most likely to get an advantage in the majority of games. He will take different shortcuts. He will cut corners to make it as efficient as possible, but he will do the most standard stuff. I feel like originally, when he first blew onto the scene, I think he was a little bit more on the gimmicky, cheesier side. Although going for a Void Ray as his first unit, all right, hold it up. Hold the phone. Gemini, shut the fuck up. You do not know what you're talking about. You are an idiot. A Void Ray first does... It does show a potential for shenanigans. It does give the idea that there could be some shenanigans on the cards. We'll follow it up with an Oracle. It would be even more insane if it was a second Void Ray. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention to anything that's going on. What the hell was that sound? Okay. I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Double Adept went in and actually seems like they killed 3 drones, which is okay-ish, but not great. Forced a lot of Lings, and they will not do anything as there is the Void Ray, as the Void Ray also killed an Overlord, which supply blocks Rogue for just a memento. But overall, not the most insane things. More anti-shenanigans? Well, anti-shenanigans when it comes to denying Zerg shenanigans, but for the Protoss side, it signals shenanigans. Because it means that you are trying to deny vision, you're trying to kill Overlords, and you are prioritizing that over getting more map vision, scouting, and potential damage with the Oracle. But it looks like Trigger is using this as like a double mind game, going for a fast Void Ray to feign a build that is trying to be kept hidden. But he's just going to do it into a totally normal build anyways. So you can see how many Lings Rogue is constantly sending all over the place, trying to get any sort of information, because he thinks something strange is happening. He thinks the Void Ray first is trying to hide, you know, a second fast Stargate or whatever, like a dark, I don't know, a Dark Shrine or something. You can see he's trying to get any information he can. He's trying to see what the worker count is like, what the unit count is like, which units are being made. Is it Adepts? Is it Zealots? Is this hiding some sort of fast Adept push afterwards? Like, he wants to know exactly what's going on here. He's trying to see maybe that the Cyber Core is actually researching +1 or something like that. So you can see that he's trying to get any sort of information he can, because generally a Void Ray first means that you're going for something like that. But Trigger is just like, nope, I'm just trolling. I'm just gonna kill some Overlords. I'm gonna make you overreact, overthink like I'm doing something crazy, but I'm just gonna play totally standard afterwards anyways. And I like that. I do like that. I love multi-layered mind games like that. And we'll see if it will pay off, because it looks like for the moment it might, because there's no Roach Warren. Yet again, it's going to be a Blink Hydra build, or sorry, Blink Hydra. Hydra Bane build versus a Blink attack. However, this would have been better, I think, if Trigger went for that mass charge lot Archon style that he went for in game 1. as the Hydra Bane Ling will definitely have an easier time versus a Blink Stalker attack. So we'll see if this is able to actually bust through. But a lot of drones, 70 in total, have been made by Rogue. So there's still a moment. There's still potential for some damage from Trigger, as Rogue seems to be unexpected, or not expecting? Expecting? It's not a word. He seems like he didn't expect this attack. That's what I was trying to say. Fourth base gonna get killed off. Looks like the gold base is gonna try to get taken in the meantime as well. So if Trigger does not end the game with this push, that gold base could actually come back and bite Trigger in the booty. Lots of Blink Stalkers still alive, though. No upgrades finished for these Hydras just yet, so they're not at their maximum power for this engagement. Looks like Rogue is trying to do his best to just keep this army away for as long as possible to make it so that we can get his extra upgrades going. It looks like that one, something just finished in the upgrade tab. Looks like the range, so that's very nice. Observer going very far forward into the siege mode as well. It just gets killed off because obviously that doesn't work anymore like that. And Trigger is still committing, going for full Zealots as well, but they are slow Zealots, so it's not going to be a charge engagement with this. He's just going to be using the Zealots as a meat shield to try and keep those Hydras from attacking the Stalkers. And we'll see if this is going to be able to actually work out for him. Massive arc, and the drones getting pulled from both mineral lines as Rogue feels like he's really on the cusp of losing this game. Tries to swing it here and now, realizing that this is the moment to make his stand. Will lose quite a few, and actually killing quite a few on the back end as well, because some Lings made a counterattack. And both players, since we forgot to host with Gameheart, we didn't realize all the drones and pros dying at the same time. Massive damage from both players, equaling the economies. Going to be putting this into a very strange game state. And with the fast gold base, like I said, if Trigger didn't end the game, he's not going to realize that this has been made so early. This is actually going to play into Rogue's favor super well with how low eco this game has suddenly become. Will he think to check? Oh my god, he might. Thankfully, the Hydras are here to intercept, and that information, that key information, will still evade Trigger for now, but it looks like he's going to make the rotation. Will eventually put these two pieces together. Needs to kill off this base. If this gold base is left alive at this point, this is going to be so difficult for Trigger. His army is still very large. +2 will be finishing, but not just yet. Archon's also now in the fray. Still no charge researched. This is very much on the wire still. A forward blink to try and get a nice position in this engagement, but that will mean it's off cooldown versus the Hydras. A couple Banes getting morphed on into the background as well, but this will be a dead gold base. Mission success for Trigger as he tries to continue this very prolonged all-in. Looks like he will actually go back into pro production as well, realizing with the gold base dead, it is an equal 3 base versus 3 base. So it's not a necessity for him to continue this all in at this point. He can just sit back and wait, try and force Rogue's hand a little bit, while macroing a little bit up himself as well. +2 finish now in this engagement is going to be really nice. Blink to the right-hand side, keeping the Zealots alive versus the few amount of Banelings. Will do a great job of splitting those as long as possible. And this is going to be very difficult now for Rogue to defend. Only Hydras. Charge finishing up as well. +2 on those as well. Blinking to the right-hand side. Trying to get as much surface area as possible. The drone count getting killed off here and there as well. This is looking very difficult for Rogue at this point as more Zealots coming streaming on in. War Prism in a very safe spot. And Trigger actually going to 3-0 Rogue to qualify for the RSL Season number 4. What a crazy little best of 5 we just had right there. Some very cool games. I love those last 2 games. Very nifty little build from Trigger in that third one. And we are going to jump directly into the next semifinals of SOS versus Boni. Excuse me as I take a snack break. This always happens whenever I do one of these streams or these qualifiers. This happens so often. Where I think I'm not hungry when I start the stream. And then an hour in, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm so hungry. This happens all the time. All right. Second qualifying match of the day. Top left-hand side, playing as the Red Terran. I forget if he's on a team anymore. Oh, he's also on Falcon still. Okay. Top left-hand side, it is Bunny. And on the bottom right-hand side, playing as the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone, it is SOS. I will, since he is playing on a barcode, let me do a little something something here. There we go. Cool. Watching other people work is a workout. To be fair, talking a lot is also a workout. People don't really think about how much energy it takes to actually like talk with conviction, or like I don't know if conviction is the correct word. You know what I mean? Like not just like casually conversating, but just like projecting your voice and like talking like you're not sounding like an idiot. Even though I do also sound like an idiot whenever I'm talking. It does require energy. And it always catches me off guard. No, I know. I know you're making a joke, but I was just adding on to your joke with more real life things because I have nothing else to talk about in the first 3 minutes of a PvT. It's going to be a Chrono Adept, no early sentries for SOS in the game so far. Of course, we'll be sending that across to deal with the Reaper and then possibly getting some scouting information. He did see a fast wall-off, so he doesn't actually confirm that there's an CC just yet. And he has not seen the factory, but you can just assume that that's what's happening. Adept will just chill out. Oh, going for the sentry second. That's very interesting. Okay. Usually you go for a double Adept, I feel like, but we'll go for the Adept Sentry Stalker. Right into that overcharge, or recharge, whatever you want to call it. And send it right across to get the full scout. I don't mind this at all, as you get that early Adept to deal with the early Reaper, and also Hellion. The extra DPS is nice. Then you also still get the extra scout as well with the earlier Sentry and the recharge to still confirm exactly what's happening, since he did not know with the one base wall off. So, he sees the CC, he sees the factory, sees the units, has a battery, and will be sitting pretty. That's a thing to say. The thing that he doesn't have, though, like I was about to mention, is a tech building. His tech building is extremely late, and he's going to be going for a robo, of all things. And now he's actually mispositioned, but the force field is perfectly timed and gets the traps around with the probes. God damn, SOS with some style points in this defense. Loses a probe or two on the back end to the Reaper, but wow, literally only one probe to that is insanity. That was an incredible defense from SOS, which what looked like it was him being a bit out of position, but that sentry over on the right-hand side waiting to put down that force field at the perfect moment. And the instant probe pull with it as well. He fully understood the assignment in that scenario. He knew that that was only going to work with the force field if he pulled probes immediately as well to continue the surround. And he's even catching the medevac in the middle of the map as well to deny the Widowmine harass. SOS playing a very clean early game so far. It's very interesting how he's doing it as well, going for this fast robo for a warp prism. We'll try to go for some harassment afterwards, and then into a fast robo bay for what I imagine will be Colossi. A very interesting game, as to be expected from SOS. Never one to be doing the most boring standard stuff, so that's always cool. But doing it very nicely as well with a great early defense. Going to be setting himself up nicely for this mid game as he loads all of his units into a War Prism to try and get some SCV damage. Two dropships will unfortunately miss each other, so I feel like that's more of bad news for Bunny than it is for SOS, as the double Widow Mine is going to be relatively much easier to defend, as there's also more units just already prepared, because we already know that's happening as SOS, but Bunny is not really aware that this is even a possibility. Thankfully, we'll get a tank out just in time, but it does not cover the mineral line fully. I'd do it. I was just like, he's going to do it. He's 100% going to throw a force field down, and unfortunately, it nets him literally 0. The force field did absolutely nothing. None of the units moved. And then he accidentally lost the sentry anyways, because he was actually dealing with the Widow Mine drop at the same time. So that's a bit unfortunate. Losing the sentry in that drop is probably the worst unit of the few that you could have lost. Thankfully, he did not lose anything to the Widow Mine drop, though. So that's still okay. But honestly, yeah, losing those sentries, you really don't want to be doing that. Oh my god, Bunny just attacked his own SCV. Alley-oop, and then it died! Oh my god, it's so funny. I love this move from SOS. There's a hero build, a liquid hero build, that I used to play. That was my favorite build of all time years ago. Literally 12 years ago. That involved an early prism, kind of like this, where you just get a very fast War Prism, just load up a few units. It was like 2 Stalkers, and then actually it was just Stalkers, and actually a Sentry, because the Depths didn't exist yet in Heart of the Swarm. And you would do the same thing, where you do like a Force Field Stalker harass on the SCV line while going into Storm back at home, and it was so fun. It was so good. SOS kind of doing little shades of that here and there with that War Prism Micro in this game. It was cool to see. Eats a massive Dorito dust to the face, though, so won't be able to engage that. Didn't really want to anyways, just wants to force the siege. Deny the army from finding any extra real estate, and we'll just send it back home. Recalls the Prism before the last 2 shots of the Vikings hit. Very nicely done from SOS to keep that alive. And he's going to continue to keep himself in a very nice position in this mid-game. Oops, my title is wrong. Because I always forget to do this. There we go. Double Twilight Council! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, SOS. This is going to be a really awkward position for SOS, actually. If he allows Bunny into this position, this is not going to be great. Going to lose his Templar, or sorry, his Cyber Core and some gateways. And it also frees up the path for Bunny to just drop everything into the main base. Looks like he's not going to do that. But this position is still very awkward to deal with as the Protoss player. So unfortunately, SOS kind of lost the movement for just a little bit, but will send the Prism into the main base at the same time. Gonna make it very difficult now for Bunny. He's got to choose what he wants to do at this point. Does he full defend, or does he stay with the attack? It looks like he's going to try to stay with the attack and just use the reinforcements to defend, but that will buy SOS some extra time. Unfortunately, these Zealots are not on hold position, so they will just kind of die after killing only a couple SCVs. 9 in total is still pretty decent. But that's given SOS a good amount of time, getting more Warpins back at home. Going to get another Colossus. We'll continue to spread out this arc as much as possible. And it also keeps all those reinforcements home. So this attack from Bunny, the army has stayed the same size the entire time, whereas SOS's has only grown. Looks like a couple of reinforcements will find their way across, as it looks like SOS is really just banking on this extra Colossus and charge to finish up. So that will mean there are going to be Vikings in the engagement regardless. Oh my god, and the pylon actually getting killed off in the last second, making it so that way charge doesn't finish. Oh my god, and the other one is not in range. Oh my god, and he didn't notice it either. Oh, a disaster for SOS right now. was really banking on charge finishing so that way he can finally pull the trigger and just end this contain. But he's not going to be able to do that for just a little bit while longer. I think he might still be totally fine anyways, because this army is still really giant, and he's got 5 Colossi against only a couple Vikings. Oh my god, if it dies, that would be insane. Finally, charge is going to finish, and that's going to allow SOS to actually go for this engagement. The Vikings doing what they can to kill off the Colossi in time, but they're getting a good amount of swipes off, but his army is continuing to melt. The micro from Bunny with the bio against the gateway units is strong enough, and it's going to allow him to push on forward. The pylons killing off the pylons to deny the charge was enough, and SOS won't actually be able to kill off the contain. God damn. A crazy game from Bunny. What looked like it was going to be a very difficult situation for him actually was able to pull on through in the end. Honestly, if that pylon doesn't die, I think Bunny does not win that game. If charge finishes when it was supposed to, SOS pulls that trigger way faster. And I don't think Bunny would be prepared to deal with that. The reinforcements would not be coming. The Viking count, I think, was still a little bit lower. Very clutch for Bunny to be able to kill off that pylon. Otherwise, those 5 Colossi would have had a much better field day. I wasn't exactly sure where those force fields landed either. I feel like the force fields might have... or should have been better. I can't remember exactly where they were. Because that bio was really allowed to kite much more than I expected it to. I'd have to go back and look at the engagement. But it felt like the bio had way more room to move than it should have. Anyways, bottom right-hand side, unfortunately, fortunately able, don't know who I'm looking at, to make that contain work, despite a pretty disastrous early game. It is Bunny. And the top left-hand side, playing as the Blue Protoss, it is SOS. And you can see why that game as well. Going for that style is not as popular, because the limiting factor for SOS in that game to pull it out was the delayed Twilight upgrade. And what is the building that most Protoss players go for in the early game to get their tech is the Twilight building, the Twilight Council. So generally, you don't want to be delaying that charge and blink as long as possible, and you could see that SOS really was trying to get that out as soon as possible, going for the double Twilight as well. Just try and get everything out. Charges really is just such a critical upgrade in these early engagements. This is not a wall SOS. Surely it's not. There's no way that's a wall. I'm like 99% sure that's not a wall. Unless he's cooking something that I did not test, that's not a wall. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. Like, both of these corners look like you can get up that. Like that shouldn't work. This should not be real. It looks it looks correct, but it shouldn't be. No, he's not gonna even. He's not even gonna try it. He's just scouting for proxies. Damn it! Come on, Bunny. Oh, he didn't scout. Yeah. This shouldn't be correct. If we don't see it with the Reaper, I'm going to test it later after all these games are finished, because I actually really want to know. Because maybe I missed something. Sometimes I miss the walls. Even though I'm the wall-off guy and I make all the wall-offs and I test everything. Sometimes I do miss something just because I assume it shouldn't work, because this shouldn't work. Usually when it's this size in this way, it doesn't, you cannot wall this with just 2 buildings like this. So yeah, we'll see. Anyways, looks like SOS is doing the same thing. Whoa, that's a fast 3rd gate. What the hell is this? Whoa. What am I looking at, SOS? Alright, let's see if the Hellion Reaper can do anything this time. Force field, not going to be good. It's actually going to block his own units as well because the grenade bounced the Reapers over the force field. That is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that. And now 4, 5, 6 probes are going to get killed off very quickly. And that's a great trade. Last time we saw it kill almost nothing. It killed a single probe for losing every single unit. This time it kills 6. And there's still no tech from SOS. He's got 3 gateways and a nexus happening. This game looks extremely cooked. You can see Bunny's whole idea with this too. He's just doing the same exact thing. He's just like, no, I realized that I just did that micro so bad. I just got force fielded out and got kind of owned. That doesn't mean that the build I chose was wrong though. He's just running it back, and you can see he just gets the immediate success with it. And he's going for a Twilight. What is this build, SOS? This is so bad. Not in the sense that I'm like saying like he's a bad player. I'm saying that like the situation that he's found himself in is really bad. Because he goes for super fast 3 gateways. Chronoed units out of his gateway as well. The whole idea with this setup that he's gone for is he's trying to just get as many units as possible to hard punish the Reaper Hellion move out. He just wants to get as many units out as possible so he can just kill off all the units as easily as possible. So that way they don't do any damage. What you're sacrificing to do that is fast tech because you've gone for so many units and you've gone for so many gateways. But he's done none of that. He's gone for the fast gateways. He's gone for the extra units. He didn't shut down the attack well. And now he's just got really late tech. So it's the worst of both worlds for SOS at this point. 2 Widow Mines are going to be dealt with pretty simply because obviously that's not really the biggest threat. Actually, not enough units to deny the mines. So actually they will just sit in the dead space. That will be annoying. That will force SOS to leave units home. And just always to think about that going into the future. At least SOS put his 3rd base down very early, getting it down at 4 minutes, so that way he will be able to recover his probe count. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is it just a bunch of charge lots? Is that going to be able to defend a bio tank move out? With, I think, a Raven. Yeah, there is a Raven. It's actually going to go for auto turret harass. And there won't be anything to deal with that either. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm feeling this one for SOS. Sees the move out at least. So he won't be caught off guard. The Raven, though, I think is not going to be expected. Nothing in position, no shield battery, nothing. Let's see if the pull is on time. It is not. Alright. 4, even. Oh, the tanks are just going to get in such a nice spot as well. SOS is moving all over the place. I don't know where his units are even going. Oh, he's actually set up a crazy flank. Units did get split off towards the bottom side, so that's actually going to make it very decent for SOS. Denies this tank position and forces the bio to micro away. A much better engagement than I was expecting. The mine's trying to get back into the 3rd base, but a nice pull reaction from SOS will deny that as well. So actually, SOS managing to come out on top despite the strange circumstances. And now this 3rd base is going to be pretty late for Bunny as a 4th base at the gold getting taken from SOS. This is definitely an SOS game that we're watching right here. This is probably the most SOS game we've seen in a bit. Stalkers without blink trying to chase down a Raven. An entire army of Stalkers trying to do that. Okay, there we go. Alright, this 4th base is dead. Did Buddy know this was here? Or did he just accidentally happen upon it? Alright, well that's a bit unlucky for SOS. That's actually going to deal... That's actually going to make things really awkward for him. Good reaction still on the Widowmine. But now SOS is being forced back onto 3 bases versus a Terran that's going to be on 3 as well. Although he could trap this army. Nice reaction from Bunny, though. We'll be able to boost away to make it so his medevacs don't all get killed off. But without Blink, it's going to be hard to actually fully punish this. But a few units do get picked off. A nice move from SOS to find this army in the transition point back to going home. Blink still researching, and we got RoboBay coming on up. So we're going to be getting the Colossus transition for SOS. But again, it's going to be coming really late. Every tech at this point is going to be late from SOS, given how this game started. Bunny is not really finding the opportunity to get ahead of this. Only just now is he going to be starting his Vikings. I feel like he could have maybe tried to start that a little bit earlier, but maybe losing a couple of those medevacs earlier, just before, did put a hold on that. Oh, he actually does have 2 already out. Never mind. Okay, I did not see that. My bad. So he will start to get ahead of this, and I think this will lend to be pretty good for Bunny. As I think he just needs to sit a little bit. He's going to try to go for a double medevac drop, but that's been scouted. I don't think he should overcommit to this. Just kill a few units, maybe kill the Cyber Core or something, and then just head on back. We don't need to suicide these units as Bunny. I think it's totally fine just to scale up a little bit. Oh, losing a medevac full of bio is not the greatest, but he is going to tie it on up with the main attack, so that means his 4th base will get killed off anyways. So that's still pretty good for Bunny as well. I think he really should just go home at this point. There's no need to try to push the issue right now. His army is quite nice, but he's got 2-2 on the way. He's going to have a good amount of Vikings and Liberators back at home to deal with the Colossi. But this is looking like it might be a slight overextension. The Zealots actually eating quite a bit of the Widow Mines, but the bio, you can see, it's really getting shredded by a lot of these units. Bunny, unfortunately, kind of hemorrhaging way too many units, I think, for the situation. I think it would be totally fine to have just sat and run back home. But he's still going to be a good spot, obviously. He's still got plenty going back home. SOS has been losing bases and economy here and there. Nice focus fire on some of those Vikings to try and deal with that, as the Colossi are really going to be the things that drive these fights home. Cold Base still trying to get taken again as we're long distance mining with our extra probes, which are not even extra, by the way. We literally are getting worse income from this, actually. Oh, this is just going to get scouted again as well. Bunny is on top of things. Bunny is very on top of SOS's antics. This is going to be a difficult game to win from SOS's perspective. 2-2 finishing up here for Bunny is going to make it very difficult in this next fight. The power spike is going to be definitely quite strong. It's going to be 4 Colossi, actually. Excuse me, and a 5th. Oh my god, range hasn't been started. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh my god, you're going for 4 Colossi without range? Uh-oh. Actually, only 3, sorry. I can't count. Dude, you can see these Colossi trying their hardest to get on top of these units, and they're just dying one by one to these Vikings. They were the linchpin of the army, and they were falling one at a time. Massive Zealot run by in the main base, though. Will kill off a large amount of Bunny's economy, but he cannot deal with the actual army itself. Bunny will be able to run rampant over these bases of SOS, as the reinforcements will be able to clean up all of those Zealots. And this is looking like it's going to be a nice 2-0 start, as the Thermal Lance still won't even finish. Oh, it's brutal. That's a GG. Bunny will go up 2-0 in the series so far. This would be very nice for Bunny, actually. If he manages to close this out with a 3-0, this would be the first time that he actually qualifies for an RSL himself, as I believe the only other time that he did participate was through winning the fan vote. So that would be cool for him. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, I just realized that I have the SOS thing in the wrong spot that whole time. My bad. But also, shame on all of you viewers for not telling me. All right, bottom right-hand side playing for the Team Falcons with a nice 2-0 start on match point to 3-0. It is Bunny. And on the top left-hand side playing the Blue Protoss for Shimmer Zone, it is SOS. We did not get proof to see if that wall was good or not, so we are going to test that later because I really want to know. It was in the right spot, but Bunny was on the bottom last game. That shouldn't have been in the right spot. Unless I forgot to flip the player cards, which is an even greater sin. Is this the Among Us channel? Yes, Infinity, you're right on time. Servers at 9 out of 10. Let's go. Get in. Another one-base wall-off double gas opener from Bunny. Just playing it exactly the same all 3 games. Technically hasn't failed him yet, even though that first game, the actual Reaper Hellion, went terribly. Each game, he has won. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. SOS on the other hand. Always has little things up his sleeve. Always trying to do some incy-bincy weird stuff. We'll see what he decides to go for this time. Getting the fast battery in the main mineral line as well to make sure that the Reaper Hellion cannot do anything. Might even just send this Adept right across. And just have this battery back at home to deal with the first Reaper. Nope, he's going to just keep it home. Okay. But then it's not in position and the battery's not done yet, so he might lose a probe anyways. Wah, wah. And that's unfortunate. Oh, it's going to be a faster Widow Mine this time, actually. Just a singular Hellion. So a slight variation coming out of Bunny. We'll be going for a slightly faster Widow Mine drop. Looks like the early Reaper Hellion was scouted with the hallucination, though. And if he pays attention, he should see this Widow Mine coming on out as well. He saw it, but he wasn't looking, I don't think. Oh, well, he does know now. Early engagement with the Hellion Reaper. Oh, actually keeps the Adept alive. Love that. Gets to the battery in time while killing off the Hellion. A bit of an overreach from Bunny. Not expecting that battery there. We'll be able to kill off the probe trying to take the fast third. As once again, SOS is favoring this fast 3-gate late tech build. A very... I don't know, it's just a strange style. I don't know exactly if it's good. Bunny is really... Jesus, the amount of effort to try and get a singular Adept I've never seen go so poorly. He lost two Reapers and a Hellion to try and kill an Adept, and he finally gets it at the end, but damn. That's a bit unfortunate. Some great micro from SOS overall. There's our Templar Archives. Like, why do I always call this thing a Templar Archives? What the hell's wrong with me? This Twilight Council is coming on in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to feel about this build overall from SOS. Is unfortunately not worked both times, and he thinks that the third time's the charm, I guess. Good pull. Should be just 2. And there it is. Ooh, a sneaky third. Oh, might get a sentry. That's nice, actually. Nice retarget fire there from Bunny. Very on point. Killing off an early sentry is always very worth it. So 2 probes and a sentry getting killed off is pretty good. Oh, and gets away with the medevac and both Widow Mines as well. Only one of them dying. So yeah, a nice exchange. Should be feeling pretty happy about that. The charge +1 armor will be coming on in for SOS as the extra gateways also start to warp on in. We'll be getting that massive amount of zealots thrown into the fray. Bunny is gearing up for a pretty strong attack. Going to be going for a 3-1-1 push with his double tank Raven and some medevacs. Once these pop out, he will be sending it across. Stamina combat shield should be finishing by the time that he decides to take his engagement as well. Could also load those 2 medevacs up with units and then just walk across with the other ones to try and poke around and threaten something while then actually going for the drop on the side, but I feel like with only 2 medevacs, you're not going to go for that play. Generally, you wait for the second pair of medevacs to try and go for something like that. And SOS is going to try to meet this on the map. Hoping that Bunny is really not prepared for that, but good reaction yet again from him. And actually, a proxy gateway getting thrown down and some random zealots going to quickly find their way into the natural, so Bunny definitely won't be expecting this. This is much faster than you would normally expect with this this early of a move out. Nice hold position there for a moment there to deny the SCVs any more damage, but plenty of them are going to get killed off as the forward attack does commence. SOS getting up with a nice surround as well. Nicely done. Kills off the tanks. The bio still standing strong, though. So not going to be able to fully dismantle the army just yet, but 16 SCVs getting killed off on the backside of that great flank is going to mean that SOS is actually finding a pretty good position in this game so far. I love this from Bunny, killing off these destructible whatever thingies to make sure he doesn't get surrounded. But this second warp-in is also going to be super unexpected. You don't expect a gateway to be thrown down to the bottom of the map at this point in the game. This is something you normally do much, much later, but this is going to hit like a truck. There's nothing here. All the reinforcements were sent to the main army, and you can see the F2 frantically coming back home. Nice split off as well to make sure all those zealots don't eat the mine shot, and also even getting some splash damage onto the SCVs. Unfortunately, the hold position is not there for SOS. This could have done much more lethal damage, but we'll finally get a couple taps at the end on those weakened SCVs. But still, great damage. 6 in total, putting him down to 34. Third base only just starting for Bunny. This is a much better situation for SOS. Best he's had all game, or all series, I should say. Finally, this is going to get sniffed out as Bunny realizes that there should not be that many zealots getting thrown that quickly, that often, to the natural. Colossus transition is going to be coming on up, as Blink will be finishing up pretty soonly as well. So yeah. This is looking really good. Oh, the Prism as well. Dude, the non-stop harass coming out of SOS. This is just going to get better and better for him. Once again, Bunny is not going to be prepared for this at this point. Whoops. Blink not done. SOS is waiting for confirmation that Bunny is actually on the map. He's going to get it, and that should be the trigger for the Prism going in. There it does go. Tries to run back home and drag this army across the map as much as possible, so that way the Prism gets as much leverage in the main base as it can. More SCVs getting killed off. Thankfully, a couple Vikings do spawn. We'll be able to kill this off to disallow any extra warp-ins going. But SOS is going to continue to chase the army as well, making it so that way it can't get back to defend with the reinforcements. So 10, 11, and probably 12 more SCVs getting killed off. Bunny cannot get above 40 workers in this game. It's crazy. Yeah, things are looking better and better for SOS the longer this game goes. His +2 is also going to be finishing. 2-2 was neglected by Bunny. Of course, his economy does not allow such an upgrade to come on in. So he's going to be feeling like he's in a bit of an all-in, I would say. This third base is barely mining. He's only getting a couple SCVs at a time. He really needs to find some damage. The army is large. Another Zealot counterattack, getting even more SCVs. So the thing here is that SOS is killing a lot of SCVs with these engagements and these harassments, but he has not actually touched the army of Bunny. So Bunny's army has remained lethal. It's still got some opportunity if this engagement rolls correctly. But if he gets caught off guard, if SOS gets the jump, it's still going to be very good for him. Massive anti-armor missiles on those Zealots will really make it difficult for SOS to continue this engagement. And the maneuvering around this weird part of the map, I'm not really sure who this was favoring at first, but it's definitely favoring SOS now. All of the Zealots now streaming on in. The Vikings not able to kill the Colossi fast enough as there were even Dorito dust over top their own units. Bunny forced to try and doom drop into the main base, and that's not really going to do anything either. Forced to boost to get on in and doesn't have anything left to get out. And SOS will find a game in the series denying the 3-0. Finally, things start to go SOS's way. All right. Let's see if Bunny will recover at all. Can he clinch this one out? I kind of want Bunny to win this just because he's just kind of a cool dude. He's always excited about trying to play in the qualifiers or the fan vote or whatever. But he always, I don't know, he has a hard time getting in, so I'm kind of rooting for Bunny to get a break here and be able to close out this series. Let's see if he can do that on the bottom right-hand side. It is Bunny. And on top left. Finally able to get some leverage from that strange 3-gate late tech build. It is SOS. SOS is also going to go for the Reaper Wall on this map, which I will note is a bugged Reaper Wall. You can do this. However, it denies the Reapers from going up. It does not block them going down. So if you want to do this type of wall, you can. Just know that the Reapers will be able to escape your base if they get in from a different angle. But it will deny them from going up. Looks like it's going to be, for now, a 1 gas. And yes, that is a very early Nexus. What the hell? Very early Nexus and a fast double gas. This is a strange build, once again, coming out of SOS. Bunny's going to be switching it up as we finally did the thing where we played the same build until it was broken, and now we swap. Yeah, Parting did used to do something like this, that is true. And he also did it with a proxied gateway sometimes to do the Adept Bust Twister build. And there is a probe that is hiding itself to the right-hand side. Will this be a rescout probe, or will he actually be putting a pylon down? I feel like if he was, it would be happening earlier than this. If this was the Parting Adept Twister thing. So I don't believe that's what this will be. Gets the scout on the fast Twilight, so it will not be that fast 3 base, 3 gate, late Twilight build. And it's going to be a proxied starport out of Bunny. Whoa. And it is going to still be a proxy pylon from SOS. Whoa. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, the Adept killed the SCV. Oh, no, it didn't. It was hiding, even from me. Oh, he really wanted to see what was coming out of that factory. It could be double Widowmine, but obviously double Hellion is the most likely, and he's just going to get the confirmation anyways. Oh, if he can kill this, that would be so good as Bunny, and he does get it. It's very nice. A proxied Dark Shrine versus a proxy Hellion drop. Oh, boy. All right, we're in for some fireworks. I couldn't tell you who's going to come out on this one. I feel like this generally favors the proxy Dark Shrine, but this is not exactly a situation that I can say I'm well-versed in. I don't think I've seen this interaction in any game of StarCraft. But my intuition makes me think that this is going to favor the Dark Shrine player. Because while the Hellion drop will likely get very good damage, the follow-up DTs, I think, will make it even more difficult. Because you have very little at home as the Terran player in this situation. And if this is managed well, the DTs will just absolutely wreak havoc. For now, the probe pool is very on point. Almost no probes have been killed off just yet, and they're forced to lift off. This is so far very good for SOS. And I don't think Bunny in any world is going to be expecting DTs coming in at this point in time. This is going to be an absolute. This is going to hit like a train. Okay, Hellion's going back into the natural. Will still find some damage. Does he drop a mule? That is the critical thing to look at right now. Does this mule get dropped? He's focused on microing. He's going to come back. Does he drop this mule? He is not. He's going to save it. That's going to save Bunny this game right now. If he dropped that mule, this game was absolutely over. But thankfully, he kept that. Will keep the scan. Gets the doesn't get the surround, though. Okay, hold up. This is still on. SOS still has opportunity to get some crazy damage with this DT build. One more scan is in the cards, but there's still a split of DTs. This is going to still be very difficult. One of them getting killed off. SOS is going to be very patient. Make it so that way these don't get lost to all of them. All scans at once or whatever. A couple of the Hellions still were alive. We're able to get some good damage. 26 probes actually getting killed off is insane. But now the DTs continue to go crazy. This is the problem with this interaction. Sure, the Hellions get insane damage, but you're only relying on 2 orbitals worth of scans at different moments, and you have so many DTs at your disposal, and you can constantly dodge. You can see perfect dodging from SOS to keep these DTs out of the scans. You have no turrets when you're going for a build like this. You don't have a Raven because your starport is on the other side of the map. And now SOS realizing the situation, sending everything across the map, going to make it as chaotic as possible for Bunny. I don't think he has any leg in this game. There's no way that he can defend against this. The DTs continue to go absolutely crazy. One more scan is going to be available, but he's only going to kill off 1 DT at most. There's still a DT in the main base, killing an orbital and almost putting it at half health. Yeah, Bunny is fuming right now. That is not the way he thought that game was supposed to be going after killing 26 probes with his Hellion drop. That's what I'm saying. That interaction, you going for a proxy Hellion drop is so committed as the Terran player. You're not getting fast. You're not getting a fast eBay. Your units in general, you have so few units back at home. You're just getting random Marines and maybe a tank or two. Your starport is not making anything the entire time after the drop because it's just floating back home. And your SCV count is also already really low. So yeah, a very nice luck of the draw build order interaction there for SOS, and he capitalizes on it very well. And that puts us into a game number 5. Will Bunny be able to wrestle back his emotions and find his way back into this game? We'll find out, and that is him spawning on the bottom left-hand side here, with SOS the Mastermind himself on the top right of Tourmaline. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would go for an 18 Nexus. I don't know. Yeah. That kind of stuff just eludes me. I don't even try to bother with that type of stuff. I don't need that level of optimization with my builds. Yeah, he is doing it again. Alright. Well, let's see what the plan is this time. I mean, you're definitely not going to proxy a Dark Shrine again. Right? Right? When he's going back to the double gas. Doesn't go for the full wall up this time, but SOS sees the double supply depot already, and that alone gives him the information of what's happening. If you're going for a one gas expand, you don't have this second supply depot making by the time this probe scout comes in. The only reason you would be doing that is if you had gone double gas and going into a factory, so he will just take that information and leave, knowing that the Reaper was going to spawn very soon. And he's going to just assume that Bunny is going for what he was normally doing and is not going to be proxying that factory. If this was me playing versus a random player on ladder, that pro would be frantically checking every corner of the map. But also, if this was me, actually, I wouldn't be going 18 Nexus, and I would have scouted earlier when I normally am supposed to, and I would have just seen the factory being made and getting out anyway. So actually, that wouldn't be happening. So yeah, that's what I would be doing. SOS is doing something completely different. Fully prepared with a battery. Does not have one in the main base, but will have some units to be able to deal with the Reapers. Does see them as well. And the Hellion. But he's going to be going back to the faster Widowmine drop version of this build that he used in game number 3. Which also didn't work. But he's not expecting this fast, the Mega 3 Reaper, 3 Hellion thing to work this time. As SOS yet again is doing his late tech style. It's very interesting. Yep, this is third gateway. This build is just so strange.
Game paused.
Whoop. I had a mini heart attack right there. I was like, did I just do something to pause the game? He just said, pause, please. And Bunny says, okay. Well, unfortunately, SOS will not see this medevac coming across. But he can probably put 2 and 2 together to realize that that is a possibility, as always. Sorry. Ready. Let's go.
Game resumed.
Excellent. Alright, let's see what the Hellion Double Reaper Widowmine drop combo can do here. SOS will see nothing at the front, sees no medevac or anything, but that's because it's right in his face. Nice pull on the drop. These units over here are not really doing anything. They're just killing an adept, but there's nothing that can be threatened anyway. It's just a nexus. So all attention is at the Widowmine drop, and that will be defended very nicely. A bit of lost mining time, but that's not the biggest deal. I don't know how you pull up the grab. What the hell? What was that probe doing over there? Okay. Yeah, not the biggest deal overall for SOS. Pretty good defense, all things considered. Two Reaper Hellion gonna try to find their way into the main base, and yeah, that's not really gonna do anything. Did he even lose any more? Oh, it did lose one, okay. Unless that one probe died earlier, I don't remember. What the hell? Bunny didn't even really see those gases, which is the interesting thing. But SOS is going to cancel them. Yeah, I mean, he's making a lot of gateway, but the thing is that he does this anyways. But the other time that this happened with this build, SOS went for just all these extra gateways, charging +1 armor anyways. I guess I wasn't paying too much attention when he did it on 10,000 feet, which was the game that I believe that he actually had the good transition with the Colossi. And I'm not sure when he got those gases at that time. Is this... He's making cannons and batteries. Is he expecting Bunny is going to all in? Did he scout something? No, not really. Yeah, he's always been doing this, New Horizons. Every single game has been. Not exactly the same. But
I love Gemini.
before he was doing like a normal Nexus timing into 3 gateways, into fast 3 base and late tech as well. They've been generally all this. They've been converging in the same point, basically. But yeah, he's cut the gases. He's going full on. Zealots, he's meeting this army in the middle of the map. We'll be able to pick off the tanks, and the bio still stands strong, though. Single force field, not going to do anything. As, I'm not sure if that was the best situation for... I mean, I think it's fine, actually. Like, I mean, killing the tanks is the big thing in these engagements. You really don't want those tanks sitting there. Because then the bio just doesn't really have any leverage. The bio is just kind of sitting there. They can't siege things by themselves. And you can see Bunny is not really... He's not exactly privy to the idea of continuing this attack without his tanks, so... We'll let the Raven just do a couple little more pokes of damage, as once again these players have not added game heart, so I never know how many probes are dying. But 9 in total have been killed by Bunny this game. Fourth base halfway done for SOS. And yeah, there he's finally going for his robo. He's still on just 2 gases. He's still on 1.5 gases. Oh no. SOS. What the heck? Oh no. That can't be right. That can't be right. Well, this transition is going to be very difficult. He's not lacking gas. I mean, sure, but he's also not lacking minerals. I think the point there is that he's just not macroing properly at the moment. Like, there's no world where having only 4 probes mining gas 8 minutes in, almost 9 minutes into a PvT is the correct play. Nothing you tell me can make that make sense. He's got his little proxy gateway. I just need to start doing this more. Like, this is so undervalued, and it's so easy to do. And it's not even that much more expensive. Just throw another gateway and pylon somewhere. And it gives so much value. Instead of having to force, like, instead of being forced to only rely on a prism that could easily get sniped, or you just don't have the time to make, or whatever. It's like, oh, this is like so... every time I see a pro player do this, I have the same thought. Like, I need to do this more. And then I never remember to do it in my games. But it has so much value. Look how much damage this is about to do. Well, if he properly shift-clicked the Zealots into the mineral line instead of just moving them onto the wall. Anyways, it would have done a lot of damage. Oh, it is Game Heart. Never mind. Alright, 5th base gets cancelled. Bunny on the warpath with a massive army trying to deal a finishing blow to SOS before he's able to get his Colossi out. As you can see, New Horizons, he's making only Colossi one at a time and can't even afford to make Thermal Lance. He finally realized that his gas was not mining and has gotten extra gas as well. So now he needs to finally get all of that going. Zealots actually, again, still doing quite a lot to delay this, but unfortunately it does not really kill too much. Only 5 SCVs is not exactly great. The upgrades for SOS are very nice, and that's cool, but yeah, this is looking like it's very difficult to actually secure a 4th base at the moment. He's going to try to go for one big swooping attack, but his army is not exactly the same size. A lot of this is reinforcements, though, from Bunny, so a lot of this isn't here. He's also getting kind of caught. Force fields are insane right in the middle of the army. Only a couple Vikings, not enough to kill the Colossi, so those get killed off by the Stalkers. And a massive swing here for SOS as the rest of the units for Bunny are still sitting at home waiting for the counterattack as he knows that this is a losing fight for the moment. Kills off what he can, gets one of those Colossi, which is nice. Needs to run back home to group back with his reinforcements. That was probably the best fight that SOS was going to get in this game. Was able to leverage it very nicely, but at this point we needed an immediate counterattack. Nice flanking Stalkers with this gateway as well. A bit unfortunate that it didn't target down the medevacs with the units in them. Could have dealt a much more massive blow there. But the counterattack is still on, and I don't know. I'm not really feeling it, to be honest. There's actually so few Zealots in this army, and a singular Colossus. Yeah. The upgrades are insane, though. +3, +1, actually? Holy shit. That's crazy. But the unit count, I just don't know if it's there. I mean, it's starting to get... the second Colossus is going to come in. The extra Zealots, this gateway didn't get killed off, so we still have reinforcements. The upgrades are really going to kick in, but the 2-2 is finishing just in time for Bunny. He needs that to finish before he takes any fight. Widow Mines get dodged very nicely by SOS as the army size for Bunny is only going to get larger, but SOS is continuing to match that. A couple of ghosts have shown their face as well, so EMPs will be critical. If he can get a nice one on a big chunk of the Stalkers and even the Colossi, so that way the Vikings have a much easier time killing them off, this will be very good for Bunny. Forced to use them a little early on the on the Stalkers poking forward. So he's not going to have any for... Oh, he does still have... never mind, he still does have them. God, EMP is such a cheap upgrade. Just kidding. I'm joking. SOS realizing the space is over here, so we can do a little bit of harassment. Zealots continue to get warped in. I wonder if he's trying to he's trying to bait this army up. So that way he can kind of get a nice little flank with the Zealots as well. But nice position by the Vikings. I love this position play by both players. Really trying to leverage this strange position in the map. Well, SOS has got what he wanted. He's forcing Bunny out a little bit. It's going to allow the Zealots to get a nice little flank on the back side. But I don't know if there's just too many units here for Bunny. Nice Widowmine's going to be able to kill off a lot of those Zealots. And the Stutter Step is excellent as well. Vikings all get killed off by the Stalkers, though. So the Colossi are still alive. A pretty equal trade, all things considered. And the amount of energy on these medevacs is very low. So the bio is actually very weakened. This is a deceiving looking fight because the army supply for Bunny is much larger, but the actual army itself is much weaker. I feel like I haven't looked at any of the bases in forever because this posturing has been going on for the last like minute and a half straight. Still trying to poke away at these SCVs at the 4th base. This is still up in the air for both players. The upgrades continue to be incredible for SOS, but unfortunately he kind of has neglected them at this point, favoring using his gas on more tech units. This is kind of what happens when you're only sitting on 4 gases the entire game. He's going to be stuck on 3-1 at this point, whereas Bunny has managed to sneak in that +3 attack, missed the armor upgrade at some point. We'll be able to kill off this forward gateway as well, which will now make it much more difficult for SOS to leverage this position. Disruptors in the fray, though, will actually be pretty decent since this bio has already been softened up from the earlier engagement. So a nice first hit, but the Colossi all getting wiped by the Vikings now. Not enough Stalkers to be able to kill those off, and now the supply is really starting to plummet for SOS. Bunny taking charge in this fight. Sure, his units were weakened, but overall, he's had the better economy and the better situation for the majority of this game, and he's finally going to use that to make a finishing blow onto SOS across the map. We'll take it easy for now. Just wants to reinforce and make sure he doesn't overshoot his shot. But this is looking very good for Bunny now. No, Paul, whenever you're going for a mass charge lot opener, you always want to go armor first. It's been proven to be better over years and years and years of StarCraft. If you're going for a charge lot heavy opener, armor first is absolutely the play. Yeah, SOS has been going for charge lot styles every single game. He goes for his very late Twilights and then goes for charge first off of a faster 3 bases, and then just leverages the fast charge armor, which is good. But unfortunately, things have not rolled out the correct way this game. It's going to basically be a base trade. It's pretty much SOS's only situation that he can possibly find something to work in. Just make it as crazy and chaotic as possible. He knows he can't take this army in a straight-up fight, so might as well try and force it in a different way. Unfortunately for him, Terran is, of course, very good at base trading. So this is still not going to be easy, but this is definitely his best situation. He's going to be able to kill off 2 of these bases relatively quickly. Actually, 3, because this one was also killed off, as that was actually a lifted orbital from the main. So now this is getting very awkward for Bunny. Forced to bunker up in his main base. He's got a couple Liberators, which is going to make it much more difficult for SOS as well. But the army sizes have kind of cleared up a little bit, and he was able to manage a +2 upgrade during all this. And, oh no, he's not going to deny the +3 armor because it's being researched up here, not in the eBay down there. So actually, 3-3 will finish for Bunny, so that's still going to leave him with the upgrade advantage, which is good. Base is getting killed off left and right. We have a couple of buildings on the bottom here, and a base for SOS down here. So Bunny is forced into just the main base right here. Oh, wow. SOS is just going to try to bulldoze it up the ramp. That's an insane move. Tries to just get the Liberator done as quickly as possible and then splash damage to the rest of the units. Will be able to actually manage his way up despite the EMPs and forcing all the units away. Kills a medevac full of units on the back end as well, but this is the problem, is that sure, you might kill this army. There's still so much more on the other side, and the buildings can all just lift up and run away. There's no Stargate. There's no Stargate units. You will never be able to chase those down. At worst, this will be a tie. I do not see a world where SOS can possibly win this game. Or sorry, I should say at best. At best, this is a tie. At worst for Bunny, is I think the perspective I was going there. At best, this is a tie for SOS. But I still think that Bunny should be able to win the game regardless. But if he must, it is a tie. Oh, hold up. Never mind. The probes got out. Hold up. Alright, wait a second. The probes got out. There is another Nexus being placed. There is now a timer. There's officially a timer on this game. As Bunny is now also forced to put his orbitals down. Alright. Things once again get interesting. Nice pickoffs from SOS, trying to get as much stuff as possible, using the Blink Micro to its best use. Tries to get another medevac, but is unable to do so. This army is really making headway very fast. SOS is trying to deny this for as long as possible, but there's really so few units to be able to do that. What is the unit count here? We've got 9 medevacs, 7 Vikings, only 2 Colossi. One of them is pretty low. Oh, this is still going to be such a hard fight, especially because the EMPs blanket the Zealots and the Archons and the batteries. So no healing from those batteries. Either one in the back will be able to help a Colossus for a little bit, but that alone is not going to be enough. Recharge on one of the batteries to try and keep that going, but the position is lost. SOS realizing that he's really not got it. The army sizes are just too drastic. The EMPs too strong. The upgrades too advanced. And now SOS is clinging on to a lost hope. Now the best that he can hope for is that tie, and I can't see a single world where that's even a possibility. Units dying left and right. The concussive shells is so strong already in this position. And Bunny's just going to chase this across. This is the entirety of SOS's army. And it's going to get tracked down. Bunny, after a crazy Game 5 series, will actually, excuse me, I'm burping, will actually qualify into the RSL Season 4. Very nicely done by him, because again, I believe that is actually the first time, the first time he's actually qualified himself. The only other time he was in the RSL was, I believe, Season 3, which was through the fan vote. Unless I'm totally wrong and I just like, oh, hold up. Maybe I might be wrong, actually. I might have been making this storyline the last time this happened, too. Hold up. Let me double check. Yes, I am making this. I fabricated this entire storyline. This is my old storyline from Season 3, actually. I forgot that he actually qualified through the American qualifiers. Never mind. This is the second time that Bunny has managed to qualify by himself. Which is still cool. That's great that he did it. So yeah, Bunny makes it through along with Trigger. And now we will have a best of 5. One final best of 5. Whew. It's a long broadcast. Longer than I anticipated, because I kind of forgot that 3 best of 5s takes a long time to do after already doing 2 best of 3s. Because we do have 3 people qualifying from each qualifier. So we have a best of 5 to go. And it's going to be SOS versus Rogue. What the hell? The WTL Discord has a crypto scammer adding everyone in all of the servers, and there's no admins to delete it. Yeah, that's funny. I totally forgot that he qualified in Season 3. It's so funny. Or whatever. All right. Uh, Yeah, so I was was confused about why the NA qualifier was a best of 3 instead of best of 5. So yeah, we're just waiting for them to organize their vetoes and everything, and we'll be getting into the final best of 5 of the day. If you want to see what the bracket was going down, what was happening in there, here's take a look. See, we got SOS managing all the way to the semis until dying to Bunny. After beating Percival and Cure, amazingly enough. Bunny qualifying by beating Perceive, who is not Percival, Creator, and SOS. So very nice for him. And then Trigger managed a perfect sweep of his bracket after beating Gumiho and Rogue. So yeah, some cool games overall so far. Some slightly surprising results. I was not expecting Trigger to 3-0 Rogue. I was not expecting Bunny to qualify through the open bracket, or the upper bracket like that. I was not expecting SOS to meet him in the semis after facing Cure either. So yeah, some interesting games overall. But one final one to go. Oh. Okay, if they want it, that's fine. Apparently they also only want a best of 3. These lazy pro gamers. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. They only want a best of 3. They know that like the winner qualifies, right? Like we're not just having a third place for the fuck of it, right? Like I don't know. Interesting. All right, whatever. Shorter series to cast then. Well, no, Trigger, like, they're not playing anyways. Bunny, Trigger are not playing. They're qualified. We don't play the finals. We're playing SOS Rogue. Oh, well, I guess because Rogue maybe... okay, I guess maybe Rogue wants to finish earlier so he has more prep time. It's the opposite then. Not Trigger training, but Rogue. Rogue might want a little extra rest time before his match. Even though there's still plenty of time. Yeah, we're just waiting for them to do their vetoes and host the map. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Pro gamers and doing vetoes quickly. quickly name a better duo. Actually, name a duo that exists, because that one doesn't. Ooh, Celestial Enclave first map. Interesting. All right. A best of 3, then, to end it out. I'm okay with that, because that makes it so that way I can get food quicker, because, Jesus Christ, I am starving. God, I always underestimate how long these broadcasts will go, and I always underestimate how hungry I am immediately before starting. Okay. Top right-hand side of Celestial Enclave, I can't talk. It is Rogue. And the bottom left, it is SOS. Epic. All right. What are we going to get? More SOS shenanigans is always fun. We got to see some PvT examples. And now we get to explore whatever he thinks PvZ is working for him. What is the SOS PvZ look like in the bright and early moments of 2026? We will find out. At the RSL offline finals, he had some very interesting series games versus Shin, with a lot of wacky games. Some fast carriers were in there, some fast glaive timings. So we'll see what exactly he wants to do. I think this this map actually was the map where he went for the fast carriers, unless I'm remembering wrong. Oh, Rogue actually took the backdoor base. Didn't want to deal with the probe, so he has built it into the back base. So a little inefficient, and actually a pretty big win, I would say, for SOS with that probe block. Because obviously this is not really the base you want as your natural. It will be safe, obviously, but you're going to get much less income from it. I've said this before, but I always find it interesting, or just kind of funny, how the in-game music selection works. How you can be watching a Protoss versus Zerg, and you get Terran music for some reason. Why does that happen? I want to listen to Protoss music, man. I disagree, actually. I don't really like the... I mean, it's good, it's fine, but I actually don't really like it compared to some of the others. I don't think the Terran music is the best. I'm not a big fan of, like, this song specifically. It's, like, too leisurely, laid back, and kind of boring. This part is better, though. I do like this part. I like when it picks up to this part. But anyways. Oracle is going to be the play for SOS. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's good. They're all really good music. Like, it's hard to... I can't complain, but... I don't know. I feel like I always hear Terran music when doing... when, like, observing things. Couple of Adepts gonna suicide for some Lings. 6 of them dying for a singular Adept. Not the greatest trade overall. But it is something. Void Ray is going to follow up the Oracle. Very curious to see what this is going to lead to. As like I've said earlier in the cast, generally going for early Void Rays is to try and hide something, and that will be a very fast Twilight Council this time. Actually, not even really that fast, but slightly fast. I think this is still going to be Glaives. Oh, Robo. Never mind. Alright, this could still be an Archon drop. We'll see. Couple drones. 3, actually. Oh, not bad at all. Not bad. Warrior is going to be able to deny Overlords to make it much more difficult to scout, of course. Lots of extra gateways coming down. This could be anything. It could be Glaives. It could be, okay, yeah, it's going to be Glaives. Wow, 5 gateways. Oh, okay. Nice. I love this. Hell yeah. SOS is going to go something down and dirty. A big glaive attack. This is something you really don't see as much anymore. These very, very committed mass gateway glaive builds. Usually it's just the star glaives where you just go for a couple gateways afterwards, where some pressure, and then you transition. But this is going to be a very committed glaive attack. The prism is going to be coming out very early, though, comparatively to the glaives. So I'm curious if he's just going to sit it there, or if he's actually going to get a couple of immortals beforehand as well. Or he's just going to drop a few adepts. Okay, interesting. I have thoughts about this because... Okay, I guess it's going to finish up anyways. He's still going to actually be able to warp to the chrono boost out. Never mind. Okay. I was going to say, it looked like he was going to actually draw... Oh my god, it's a Spire. Oh no, Rogue. You are so fucked. Oh, Rogue is so fucked. Okay, he's thankfully getting a couple of roaches. Alright. Anyways, ignore my saying about the prism. I thought he was going to harass with them first and then do a prism, then do a main attack, which would have really made it so that he just got all the surprise away. But we have massive amounts of adepts just shading right on in. This is the real brute force of this attack. Drones even getting caught in the transfer, but not too many of them dying just yet. He's still got 57, so some good crisis management so far from Rogue, but now things are going to get really ridiculous as the adepts start to go into the different bases. Prism also now finding its way into this natural. A stasis ward, thankfully, only getting a few units for Rogue, but now the drones are starting to fall left and right. 46 in total now on the map as the adepts will not stop. They're going to be going back and forth here and there, absolutely everywhere. Prism actually going to get killed off by the Spore Crawler if we're not going to move that, so thankfully SOS realizing we'll be able to continue warping in more adepts as it's just absolute chaos. There's adepts and void rays and everything everywhere. Holy moly. Finally, these adepts are going to get killed off as the Prism is not in a spot to be able to warp in more, but that is an incredible amount of damage. 31 probes getting killed off, 23 adepts to make it happen though, which means a counterattack will be on the cards for Rogue. He's going to take his roaches that he made for the defense, yeet them across the map to see if he can find any damage, because there's really nothing to defend back at home for SOS. He's chronoing out an immortal. He hasn't walled this off. He doesn't have a gateway. He doesn't have a shield battery. He doesn't have sentries or anything. I can't even believe that there's been nothing here to be able to defend against this. As he's warping in Zealots to try and hold it off. The Immortal is going to die as well because that Prism is not anywhere close. Oh, it's flying its way back. Unable to juggle the Immortal. I'm actually blown away that SOS was so lackluster on his defense. He must have known that this kind of a thing was going to happen. But he just made no effort to try and defend his natural. He's eventually going to be able to clean this up, but I mean, a lot of probes were killed off as well. 19, 20, even more, because these units are not A-moved in the correct position. Void Ray trying to deal with things over there, as these roaches finally are going to get cleaned up. But Jesus Christ, that was so much damage. Oh god, more adepts just getting thrown everywhere, but they're not even attacking. They're attacking a hatchery, they're attacking roaches. Oh man, SOS really messed this game up, man. Especially this map of all maps. You can't attack. He's got 3 bases set up, and there's only 1 entrance to all 3 bases. Just put a gateway, spam batteries, and get a bunch of sentries. And he literally, it's only 2 force fields. You just get 2 sentries, recharge it, and boom, he can't get up. And all of a sudden, you're up 50 workers or whatever. SOS completely threw this game out the window. Very unfortunate. I have no idea why he just completely neglected any defensive setup whatsoever. Like, literally nothing. You think the singular immortal was going to stop a 20 roach counterattack? That's crazy. It's going to continue. And since he does have 3 nexuses... Oh, no. Caught in 4K. Since he does have 3 nexuses, he still will be able to recoup his probes. And since Rogue also still did get a lot of damage dealt, his economy isn't insane either. So the game will continue, and there will be some opportunity for SOS to claw his way back. But this game could have been a total freebie if he had just set up his defenses better. But for now, it's still up in the air. And he absolutely could and should still lose this game. Double Colossus, is the transition. We'll see if this can get out in time. The attack is not exactly that big. A couple more units trailing on the back end. I guess this reinforcement wave is actually going to really make it much beefier. So this 4th base can't stay in this game. That's going to be, it's going to be a cancel. Honestly, I feel like SOS should just kind of sit here on these 3 bases and just try to make a giganto army. And just go for some crazy big, massive timing. But I'm not sure how well that'll work, considering the fact that his 3rd base is this half base. So his gas income is noticeably lower than a normal 3-base turtle setup would be. So yeah, he's going to try to get this 4th base anyways. Oh. Well, he's still going to go for the attack anyways. Blink is not done yet, though, is the other thing. Prism only just finished, so it's coming across the map. He's not going to be in time for the beginning of this fight. Excuse me. Sorry about that. He's just going to try to use the Stalker Colossus to micro the hell out of Rogue. But the Corruptors are also on the production tab for Rogue. So once those get out, that's what Rogue is really waiting for at this point. Oh, we can get a couple force fields right here. Actually, would be crazy. I don't think he should be attacking this. It actually doesn't matter. 2 force fields. Boom. Okay, he's not going to do it. That's a bit unfortunate. He's actually just going to let everything through. Oh, no, the Biles. Uh-oh. Oh, Rogue is just manhandling. Although, hold up. Wait a second. Colossi are taking a little longer to die than I expected. And the Corruptors are also all dead now. So hold up. Hold the phone. There's a moment. There's a possibility. Now that this Roach Warren is going to get killed off, it means there's going to be no more Roaches on the production tab. It's going to be only Hydras and Lings, which... yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you really want that army. You kind of need those Roaches in the buffer. A couple units getting out of the stasis will get killed off pretty quickly as well. This is actually looking pretty good for SOS. The amount of micro-ability you have, and now that the creep has also been cleared out a little bit, makes it very difficult for Rogue to continue pushing forward. He's going to have to go off of creep. Prism will be able to run away from the Biles. But now the Immortals at the front are getting trapped. Unfortunately, the Blink is going to go forward into the army. I do like that play, as the extra Warping is going to get thrown down on the left-hand side. The Colossi unable to get killed off, and Rogue is actually losing this game. After what looked like an unlosable situation, SOS has actually found a way to punch on through. The upgrade's also not even really good for him. Our flank is going to try to go down on the Prism to make it so that it can't warp anything else in as more Roaches try to get streamed on out. But Rogue is now sitting here on 3 bases. Blink on forward to the right-hand side to kill off some more reinforcements. Units are just trickling in from Rogue. He's got absolutely nothing. SOS has finagled his way into a victory as the stasis ward also got all those Zerglings on the flank. Well, this is what I said, basically. I said that he needed to hunker down and just do some big 3-base attack, and he basically did that. And he apparently still had the eco to be able to get it to work. That's crazy. Rogue is is absolutely table smashing this game. Oh, I would be so tilted as Rogue if I lost that. That's wild. Protoss is so imbo, so true. All right, that means SOS is 1 game away from qualifying yet again into the RSL. All right. Game number 2, the possible last game of the day. Top right hand side, it is Rogue, and on the bottom left, it is SOS. I need to think about what the hell I'm going to even get to eat. I really did not think this broadcast would go this long. I thought I was going to be done like before 8. It is now 8:40. Likely going to be finishing at 9. And most restaurants are closed by that time. This is also the start of the Seollal weekend, Lunar New Year in Korea, so that also will make things even more difficult to find going around. Yeah, no, I was just thinking I need to get a delivery going here, so that way I don't continue to starve for all eternity. I am so hungry. Oh my god. What is this wall, SOS? This is not a wall. Obviously he knows that, but what a wonky looking wall. Although, also this gap is huge. What the hell? What? Oh, I still need to test that that Taito Reaper wall that SOS was doing. 'Cause I'm so sure that that's not a wall. All right, Stargate. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, I'm just going to go for something very simple that I know I will enjoy to eat, and it will be open. Yes. Boom. Excuse me as I multitask to make sure I can get food on time and not starve. Oh, I love this! Oh, I was just talking about this to somebody in ATP Discord as well. Oh, he goes for the second one as well, realizing the greed continues. That's sick. So if you're scouting with your probe and you see that the Zerg player went greedy and only made 2 lings versus your early probe and is trying to take that third base, you can pylon block them. Although unfortunately it didn't quite work out perfectly this time. If you okay, so yeah, SOS kind of messed it up a little bit. And also this map is quite big, but you can do it where if you delay long enough with the probe against only 2 lings and then pylon block, you can actually get the adept across before the 2 lings and the drone will DPS down the pylon, forcing you to cancel. So then you could actually perma deny the third base. But unfortunately, it looks like he put the pylon down a little too early, so he had to cancel it a little too early, and the adept wasn't able to get over to meet and continue the block. Oh! Caught in 4K. Oh, nice micro so far. Hold up. Actually, very good micro. All right. Nice. That was just a waste of lings. Never mind. Good response. Good reaction from SOS. Nicely done. Oh, a second Stargate. Hell yeah, SOS. Let's go. And it's going to be 2 oracles. Dude, if he goes mass oracle, oh my god. I would love it. SOS, please make a 3rd oracle right now. Do it. No! Damn it, that would have been so sick. Alright, 2 Stargate Void is still interesting and unique. We never see this anymore, so I'll take it. Could be a fast bleed beacon as well, actually. Alright, Oracle's going to try to go on into the natural as some Adepts were somewhere on the map. I don't know where they are now. No, even with the... You don't even need a second pylon, usually, either. Like, if your micro with the probe is good enough, you can delay it long enough where you put the pylon down at the last second, and in a single pylon's worth, you can actually get the Adept across. You won't even need to cancel and remake. Alright, so it's going to be double Stargate Void into +1 charge Blink. Actually, it could technically be also Blink. I said +1 charge Blink. It could just be +1 charge, or it could actually be... It could be both. But I feel like it's going to be +1 charge. I think that's the correct play. Yep, good. I still did not order my fucking food. Hold up. I'm so sorry. I need to fucking do this. I need to not starve. Here, let's go on SOS's cam. Or Rogue's cam. Give me a second. I need to order food so I don't die. Don't pop man, just say no. Come, Samida. Okay. Great. A single sentry does not survive getting killed by a bunch of lings, unfortunately. Void Rays, unfortunately, also dying to Hydralisks. And so far, this little opener has not gone perfectly for SOS. As a massive amount of Ling Hydra is about to find its way across the map before the +1 charge Templar mass switch is able to come into full effect. And I don't believe that SOS is going to find a way to magically hold and swing it back in this game. I think this is going to be a very difficult situation for him. 4 Void Rays, a few Zealots, and Adepts without any upgrades. I cannot see a world where this somehow magically defends. Although Charge has finished. The amount of chronos on that building were substantial to allow it to actually finish in time. However, the unit count is still ridiculous. Flanking Void Rays. Not exactly a tactic you normally see. And for good reason. Exhibit A. This game. Rogue. With a very easy second game to throw us into a game number 3. And a final game. The last of the day. The true last game of the day. Alrighty. One final game to determine it all at the end. Who will be the 3rd player into the RSL season number 4 from the Korean Qualifiers? Will it be the man on the top left-hand side playing as the Red Zerg Rogue? Or will it be in the bottom right as the Blue Protoss SOS? Nobody knows. No scout from SOS. He's going to play it nice and greedy. Does not expect Rogue to be throwing any shenanigans at him. So we'll just get that little extra boost of income instead. And Rogue is, yeah, not going to be aggressive. Big surprise. Although I am kind of surprised that Rogue, in all of his PvZs today, only threw out one proxy hatch. We saw that one versus Nightmare. Although it did kind of get blasted. But that was with a very substandard response that I'm still geeking out about. I kind of would have expected him to throw it in a couple more times, maybe. At least once. Because Rogue does kind of like doing that. But it's not going to be the case. Where is this probe going? Whoa. A proxied Stargate? Hell yeah. Alright. I like it. I like it. I remember when I used to do this every single game. I thought this was like so cool. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to make my probe patrol in a star shape whenever it's trying to do something. I don't do that anymore. It's annoying. Alright. Proxied Stargate. Let's see what kind of damage this can get done. You don't see this very often. This used to be much more common, I feel like, you know, like 5-6 years ago, to kind of throw this in to a best of whatever. I feel like it was kind of standard to like have it at least once a game versus Zerg. But now you really never see it anymore. So I'm curious what kind of damage it can get done. There are no overlords in position to possibly get this scout. Although the double Ling wraparound absolutely will. Uh-oh. Oh no, SOS. You're found out, buddy. What the heck? Rogue's like, yo, where is your pylon? Where is your Stargate? The Adept will be able to clean them up eventually. That's nice, but yeah, that's going to key Rogue in to make sure he gets this Spore Crawler down nice and early. Making sure that this faster Oracle does not get any damage, and I don't believe it will. Although, okay, no, it's going to be double Queen, and then I like this response from Rogue. Keeping it nice and efficient. Since he doesn't technically know that it's an Oracle, it technically could be something else, but it's most likely an Oracle. He's being as efficient as possible, not wasting another drone until he absolutely needs to. And yeah, this fast Oracle play, not really finding the value that it needed to, and it's going to eventually die, I'd imagine, but I guess he's going to just use the Oracle energy to make sure that it doesn't. And then it's going to be a Glaive follow-up. I love the theory of this. Dude, I should do that. Dude, I'm getting so many good ideas, man. But it's only for PvZ. Why don't I need better ideas? I'm getting the good ideas for a matchup that I'm already good at and enjoy. Why do I never get the fun, good ideas to mix into the PvT and PvPs? Yeah, this is such a good idea. Just do a normal Glaive build, but just proxy the Stargate instead every now and then. It's so smart. Just wild it up a little bit. Third base getting denied, though. As, of course, Rogue has felt no pressure this entire game. Oh, alright. That was cute. And keeps the pylon alive for the Stargate. It's kind of cool. Does Rogue realize? No, still hasn't seen the Twilight Council, so that's nice. So, still room for SOS to actually close this out. Although, lots of roaches and lings still on the production tab, so Rogue is covering his bases, making sure that nothing kills him randomly. As he now knows that Glaives is on the field. Unfortunately, SOS getting surrounded. That's not good. That's like half of his Adepts getting killed off right there for free, basically. The rest of them going to try to go into the Nat, but there's plenty of roaches already in position. Nicely done to kill that Creep Tumor to deny some extra creep spread, but yeah. Looks like this adept glaive attack, that's what I was trying to say, is not really going to find its value. It did at least force a lot of units. Rogue did cut his economy a lot to be able to make sure he defended well. That's like the bare minimum amount of damage you really ever want to get as a glaive player, so yeah, not too good as SOS. Dude, I'm so hungry. Oh, fuck, I'm so hungry. Alright, finally gets killed off. The Spire is a very nice transition, I think, from Rogue. Knowing that this Stargate is likely going to be decommissioned for the rest of the game and unlikely to ever be remade. Blink surely is the follow-up, but if you can catch them off guard with a good amount of mutas before the Blink stuff is really able to get underway, it could be very strong. Looks like Rogue doesn't really want to go for it yet, though. He's just leaving it as an option. We'll instead go for the full ground army. Did this get scouted? I don't think so, no. So Rogue just making sure that he's not dying yet, and then he's probably going to just do a surprise little muta switch a little bit later. Which might not even be necessary, because he might just win anyways. Ling's finding their way into the natural yet again, forcing a recall, and the Stalker is getting caught as well. Yeah, Rogue is really just kind of all over the place at this point. Somehow the mutas have been sniffed out. I don't really know how. I have no idea how these mutas got sniffed out. Because he's seen so many roaches, and he's also seen Ravagers. It's not even like there's so few gas units on the map. But somehow he has sniffed these mutas out and will be preparing with some cannons, but not too many. The natural's still naked, as there actually wasn't a pylon in position to make one. Mutas are coming, though. They are somewhere. They're on the bottom left-hand side. There they go. Cannon was ignored on the natural, so that's where some damage could potentially be found. But the Roach army on the ground is still very strong. It's just a flock of mutas to distract and possibly get some probe damage and force an overreaction, while the rest of the production goes back into ground. And yeah, there's the hole. There's the weakness found by Rogue. We'll be able to get some of these probes, but their cannon in the main base won't last. Actually, it will die. Yeah, this is some pretty decent demolish. 15 probes in total have died so far this game for SOS, and that's basically all the mutas are going to do. Force a reaction, get some probes, dip on out. Rest of the units, mass Roach Ravager Ling. Those are going to get dealt with. The units on the left also getting killed off. Rogue finding more damage with the mutas in the natural, forcing so many stalkers back home, as the rest of the stalkers at the front try to take trades, but just they just don't do anything, man. This is looking a little poo-poo for SOS as he fails to even get above 100 supply. What are these drones doing here? Come on, Rogue, end this game so I can... Well, it actually doesn't matter because I'm just waiting for my food to get delivered anyways. End this game so I can stop talking and conserve my energy because I'm on my stomach. I'm at that point where my stomach is like constantly just growling. And I'm just like, oh my god. I know I need food, just shut up, body. Can't you see I'm watching StarCraft over here? Alright, this is just going to be biles raining down for all eternity. Rogue has made so many Ravagers that he can just constantly send these out, make it so impossible for SOS to really take any engagement. So difficult to know when to blink, where to blink to. Everywhere you blink, there's going to be bios falling everywhere, and they're just going to rain down on the army. Rogue will be the final player qualifying today from the Korean qualifiers. Congratulations to him. As I think that's Rogue's first appearance in an RSL. That should be correct. Yes, it is. Yes, congratulations to Rogue on making it into his first ever RSL appearance. Very cool. Nice to see a new face, and nice to see a new face that isn't a Protoss or Terran as well. So that's very cool. Very nice to have Rogue joining us into the RSL for season number 4. Very excited to see. So a very nice bracket overall today. Let's take another quick final look to see what we saw today. So the qualifying players, of course, are Bunny, Trigger, and Rogue. Love to see it. Some cool games overall today. Trigger doing very well. Bunny overperforming a little bit, I would say. And SOS even overperforming, I would say, over Cure. So yeah, I don't know. A nice little bracket that we had today. Thank you guys for watching. If you were, of course, sticking around, I do appreciate that. It's very nice. And yeah, that's going to be that. One more qualifier to go later with the EU qualifier, which is at a point in time in the future that I kind of forget. It is later. It is just later today. Okay, yeah. So yeah, in some hours, which is, let's see, it's in 8 hours. Unless this is, I didn't refresh Team Liquid. I did not. It's in 6 hours. 6 hours later, the European qualifier will be happening. I will not be casting that because it will be starting at 3 a.m. So that's crazy. But someone will be casting it, hopefully. And we will get 3 final players qualified into the RSL. And then after all of that, we will be doing the, whatchamacallit, the fan vote as well. So that will be cool. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you all for joining me here. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching. And I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you in the main RSL casts when that does start up. So yeah, see you guys later. Bye-bye.